Chapter 1379. Li Qingshan lowered his head and bent his waist deeply. His well-defined muscles flowed like water, and the iron basket on his back was many times larger than the basket issued by the nature sect, making him look like a big snail crawling slowly. However, this was just an illusion. Every step he took was more than 3 meters, and his bare feet deeply stepped into the ground before quickly pulling up, leaving a series of deep footprints. The brilliance of the prime magnet shone through the gaps of the iron basket, as eye-catching as fireflies in the dark. How could he collect so many prime magnets of such high quality? Su Tong felt that she had cheated in this assessment, and she could not be compared to the two shameless brothers. She really could not imagine how he did it. Suddenly, she thought of the song and the roar coming from the belly of the mountain, and a thought came to her mind. No way. Did he collect so many prime magnets by killing earth beasts? With a smile on her face, she walked forward and bowed. "Fellow Taoist, please wait." Under the awe of the crowd, Li Qingshan slowed down but did not stop. "What can I do for you, Taoist?" Su Tong said solemnly. "Taoist, please be careful. There are evil people blocking the way. Do you remember the two nascent soul cultivators? One was a pretty boy, and the other was a short black man. They were brothers, and they set up the Earth Fiend magnetic formation to rob cultivators who passed by. Many people have been killed." Li Qingshan was surprised. Earth Fiend magnetic formation. There is such a formation? Alas, the effect of this formation is the same as the Earth Fiend magnetic formation, and it can greatly weaken the enemies who enter the formation. The two brothers are really ingenious, using this formation to resist the influence of the Earth Fiend magnetic formation. As long as you are within the range of the formation, you can almost completely recover your strength. I'm afraid no one in this mountain is a match for them. Su Tong looked worried. She wanted to persuade Li Qingshan to ally with her, if her guess was right. If her guess was right, then his strength was extremely powerful, and a powerful ally was much more useful than a group of useless people. Zhu Yingsai's mood was somewhat complicated, but he still stepped forward to complain. These two fellows are really too despicable. They stole the source magnet that everyone worked so hard to dig up. They're exactly the same as those mountain bandits. You must help us. Li Qingshan glanced at him indifferently. Since the rules allow it, then I'll do it. There was nothing wrong with that. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. He quickened his pace and moved forward, deciding to follow the Qilin's way and not meddle in other people's business. "Hey, fellow cultivator, fellow cultivator." Su Tong stomped her foot. He hurried to catch up. Outside the Yuanxi mountain, Ruan Yaoju frowned slightly. This was different from how Li Qingshan behaved in White's Tag. Was the human heart really that complicated? The 9-colored deer was even more anxious. "Bastard Li Qingshan, where's your sense of justice when you invited those beggars to eat? Where's your courage to not fear the myriad appearance sect?" Le Tian smiled and said, "What do you think, junior sister Wan? He's not as kind as you think, right? The human heart is unpredictable. The outcome of this gamble of good and evil is hard to predict. If he doesn't do evil or good, then it'll be a draw." "I trust him," Ruan Yaoju said. Lu Tian licked his thin lips and said, "I really can't wait to see the final outcome." Renaoyao and Pai Yangqiu clenched their fists. "I'm begging you, leave one for me and let me pass." The middle-aged man cried. He knelt on the ground and begged the two brothers. He came here from another cave and ran into the trap. All the source magnets on him were swept away. The pale-faced man smiled and said, "Brother, what do you think? Why don't we give him a piece? I feel bad seeing him cry." The dark-faced man said fiercely, "Brother, since when did your heart become so soft?" "Sigh, I'm a compassionate person." "That's strange." They were like cats that had caught a mouse, playing around with a relaxed expression on their faces. It was just to relieve their boredom. When the heavy footsteps rang out, they all widened their eyes, gazing at Li Qingshan in disbelief as he walked over from afar. The pale-faced man murmured, "It's a lie." The dark-faced man immediately became vigilant and a dangerous cold light flashed in his eyes. Li Qingshan didn't even look at them. He didn't even change the frequency of his footsteps. He walked over step by step and stepped into the Earth Fiend Source Magnet Array, continuing to move forward. He lowered his head as if he didn't see anything, but he thought, if they take the initiative to find trouble with me, of course I have to protect myself. That doesn't violate the Qilin. The two brothers quickly exchanged glances. They had no intention of becoming enemies with any nascent soul cultivators, but the number of primordial magnets in the iron basket had already firmly secured the first place. Even if they gathered all the primordial magnets they had plundered, they still wouldn't be able to compare to it. Their plan was completely ruined. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. How could a person who could get so many source magnets be easy to deal with? Just by carrying such heavy source magnets and having a strong body that could still move forward steadily, he was not easy to deal with. Most importantly, this man seemed to have an invisible momentum that made them not dare to be enemies with him easily. Should they act or not? In an instant, Li Qingshan had already arrived in front of them, and a fierce battle was about to break out. The middle-aged man forgot to continue begging for a moment and looked up at Li Qingshan blankly. The cultivators behind him, led by Su Tong, were also extremely nervous. Even the few true disciples were staring at the heavenly vision, earthly hearing painting. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Li Qingshan. The result of the assessment and the winner of the bet would be revealed at this moment. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Qingshan passed by the two brothers and continued to move forward, gradually getting farther and farther away. Su Tong curled her lips, and there was a sigh behind her. All the cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to sneak past were disappointed. The true disciples also had different expressions on their faces. Letian showed a proud smile. He had at least won one of the two bets, and it was still a big profit for him. Wan Yaoju sighed in her heart, but it had nothing to do with the outcome of the bet. Alas, this is the wisest choice. Forget it, how can I ask others to do the same as me? As long as they don't use violence indiscriminately, it is already commendable. But it was difficult to hide the disappointment in her beautiful eyes. Renaoyo and Pai Yangqiu couldn't help but shout at the heaven-seeing and earth-hearing painting, "You two useless things, attack me." The expressions of the two brothers were constantly changing. They seemed to be communicating with their divine thoughts, but they were caught in an argument and let the footsteps gradually fade away. Li Qingshan looked up and saw a flash of light in front of him. The exit was already in sight. He was definitely the champion of this assessment, but he was a little annoyed, as if there was a thorn in his back and a fishbone stuck in his throat. The middle-aged man's pleading voice rang out again. He suddenly stopped, and the iron basket behind him fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. Against the light, he straightened his body, turned around, and pointed at the two brothers. "Hey, you, give him back the yuan magnet." Chapter 1380. The two brothers looked at each other, then turned around and looked at Li Qingshan with unkind expressions. "Big brother, did I hear wrong? Brother, did I hear it wrong? Did I hear wrong? Is there something wrong with his head?" "Yes. Haha, there's a path to heaven, but he chose to barge into hell." "That's right." For a moment, killing intent filled the air. Outside the yuan-fused mountain, Wan Yaoju's eyes lit up again. Her heart was filled with relief, and she smiled at Letian as if to say, "See, I didn't choose the wrong person." Renaoyo smiled. "Junior brother Le, you've already lost one of these two bets." At this point, good and evil had already been separated. Unless one was distorting the truth and twisting words to force logic, no one could say that such an action was not a good deed. The people present were all people of status, so they naturally wouldn't do such a thing for a bet. Pai Yangqiu smiled. "And he's about to lose the second round. Two nascent soul cultivators aren't that easy to deal with." Letian scratched his head. "That doesn't make sense. What's wrong with this kid? This is acting bravely, how is this crazy?" Wan Yaoju was a little worried about Li Qingshan. "Senior brother Le, let's go to the other side of the mountain. Don't worry, he won't die anytime soon. Even if he dies, he deserves it. There's a price to pay for being a good person." Lutian's words made Wan Yaoju feel dissatisfied. She sighed again. "Yes, There's a price to pay for being a good person. I hope you'll be safe. Although Li Qingshan referred to himself as the Hero King, he really was not standing up for a just cause this time. Instead, he was truly going crazy, as he was in a very bad mood. The Qilin transformation was just far too difficult to please. That wouldn't work either. It was even harder to deal with than the Phoenix transformation. Otherwise, he couldn't be bothered to meddle in other people's business. Cultivators weren't little beggars who were prepared to be killed when they came out, let alone being robbed. That cowardly appearance wasn't worth his help. This was all because he was holding back his resentment. The two brothers became ready-made punching bags, and they walked up without saying a word. Kill him. The black-faced fiend pulled out a black dragon-headed walking stick from behind his back. It suddenly lit up with a dazzling red light, turning the dark cave crimson. With a deep dragon roar, raging flames gushed out and burned towards Li Qingshan. The pale-faced man waved his sleeves and a folding fan fell from his sleeves. With a swoosh, he unfurled his fan, and the profound runes drawn on it lit up one after another as he fanned with all his might. The gale arrived first, even though it was released later. The wind increased the intensity of the fire, sweeping up the raging flames and turning them into a fire tornado. It filled up the entire cave and whistled over. The two of them didn't make a move, but once they did, they joined forces and attacked with all their strength. Li Qingshan was unable to dodge and was instantly engulfed by the fire tornado. The two brothers smiled coldly. He really didn't know what was good for him. He didn't even have the most basic protective chi in the Origin Magnetic Mountain. He was instantly roasted into a pig, and even his nascent soul couldn't escape. Sutong wanted to take advantage of the chaos to sneak out, but she was forced to retreat by the heat wave. The cultivators behind her were even worse. They were almost rolling and crawling, and their eyebrows and hair were burnt. The rocks in the cave were burned red and melted into magma. Impossible. Even without the influence of the Origin Magnetic Mountain, the cultivators who set up the formation still had the advantage of the terrain. Coupled with the advantage in numbers, it was impossible for Li Qingshan to win. I'm afraid he's already dead. The fire illuminated the heavenly vision and earthly hearing painting red. The scene in the mountain couldn't be seen clearly. Ruan Yaoju's heart skipped a beat. Is it true that good people don't get what they deserve? Ren Aoyao and Pai Yongqiu were relieved. Once Li Qingshan was dead, Lu Tian would definitely lose. There was a trace of regret and doubt in their hearts. How could such a man die in such a place? However, they saw Lu Tian standing on the side with a smile. Hey Lu Tian, your dark horse is going to be eliminated. Lu Tian said, you don't have to look like that. I bet that he won't die here. Ruan Yao was surprised. Why? Because some people can win every bet, such as me. Do you think it's all luck? It's about time, brother. The fair-faced man fanned the fan with all his might. Burn again! The black-faced man used all his strength to drive the dragon head crutch. For some reason, he felt uneasy. I'm afraid he's already been burnt to ashes. Ah! The fair-faced man had just revealed a smile when he suddenly turned pale with fright. With a roar, Li Qingshan jumped out of the flames. His whole body was roasted red, but he was not injured at all. His strong and beautiful body looked like it was made of red copper, or like a blazing red tiger. He pounced on the fair-faced man and knocked him to the ground. Whirlwind protection. The fair-faced man had just shouted these 4 words when he was punched in the face. If it wasn't for the whirlwind, his brain would have burst. Even so, he was already scared out of his wits. Li Qingshan was about to give a second punch when a whistling sound came from the back of his head. Without looking back, he grabbed the dragon head crutch and pulled it hard. Come here. The black-faced man could not help but stagger forward. His throat was tightly clutched, and his dark face was full of horror. The fair-faced man hurriedly urged his magic power, but before he could cast a spell, he was kicked in the stomach. His stomach turned upside down, and his internal organs felt like they were being torn apart. He almost vomited bile. The black-faced man wanted to use the dragon head crutch to fight back, but he was hit on the head by the crutch. He felt dizzy and saw stars. Li Qingshan punched and kicked left and right, as if he was hitting a sandbag. Whoever dared to resist, he would beat them up. Of all things to learn, you have to learn how to rob. Huh? Who's crazy? Who broke into hell without the door? The two brothers screamed again and again, as if they were mortals without any power to resist. Fellow cultivator, please spare me. Fellow cultivator, please spare me. The fair-faced man screamed. Of course, at this time, his face was already swollen, and there was a big footprint on it. Li Qingshan was also ruthless, specifically hitting the fair-faced man's face. The black-faced man was a little tougher and asked in surprise, Why are you fine? You still dare to ask? Li Qingshan hit the crutch again. They were almost out of the mountain, and the influence of the earth fiend magnetism field on the small world inside his body was not that strong. An ordinary nascent soul cultivator would die without a doubt if they were hit like that in this kind of environment. However, he had the bloodline of gods and devils. The tiger demon was in charge of wind, and the phoenix was in charge of fire, so his resistance was extremely strong. Once he got close, these two brothers were not even as good as this earth fiend beast. At least the earth fiend beast did not know pain, and it had no vital points, so it would not be scared out of its wits. It was not that they were timid, but if their physical bodies were destroyed in this essence-fused mountain, and even their nascent souls could not escape, it would be a dead end. Therefore, in the end, Li Qingshan no longer needed to specially suppress them. After they realized that Li Qingshan had no killing intent, they simply lay on the ground and took the beating, afraid that if they put up any more resistance, it would instead arouse the killing intent in Li Qingshan's heart. Although Li Qingshan did not want to kill, he was a vengeful person. How could he let them off so easily? He grabbed one with his left hand and the other with his right, like a naughty child throwing his temper and grabbing two rag dolls, throwing and beating them randomly. As he beat them, he asked, I'm using virtue to win people over. Let me ask you, are you convinced? I beg you, stop beating us. We're convinced. We're convinced, all right? The onlookers were all dumbfounded. The two arrogant brothers were being beaten up in the earth fiend magnetism field formation that they had set up themselves. Other than screaming, they were begging for mercy. If it were not for the roasted red rock still showing the power of the fire tornado just now, they would have suspected that the two brothers were pretending to be nascent soul cultivators. Su Tong blinked her eyes. In that case, he really went deep into the mountain and killed the earth fiend beast to get the multi-element magnetism field. They were both at the third level of the heavenly tribulation, so how could there be such a big difference between them? Lu Tian clapped his hands and said, What did I say? What did I say? Pai Yangqiu said, Where the hell did this kid come from? Even the eldest senior brother couldn't have come out unscathed with that kind of cultivation and under that kind of circumstances. Ren Qiaoyu frowned and suddenly shook his head with a smile. I lost this round. But at least I helped junior sister Wan win this round. Wan Yaoju said, No, I didn't. Ren Qiaoyu waved his hand. No need to say more. I said you won, so you won. Pai Yangqiu said with a smile, Junior sister Wan, just admit it. It's better for you to win than for Lu Tian to win. Let's see how he can boast in the future. When it comes to understanding people's minds, you're still better. Chapter 1381. The one you chose? Lu Tian laughed, That old Taoist wants to win against my super dark horse? Renaoyo and Pai Yangqiu also laughed disapprovingly. For the past 3 days, they had been paying attention to the old Taoist. He was just an honest miner and was even worse than the female cultivator named Su Tong. They could not see any possibility of him winning the championship. They just thought that Leng Yuan was blinded and stopped paying attention to him. Leng Yuan said, You wouldn't say that if you knew what technique he was practicing. Li Qingshan exhaled viciously and tossed aside his two brothers who had been beaten half to death. He snatched their arcane treasures rudely and picked up the 2 baskets of origin magnets they had stolen. He was just about to make his way out of the cave. Fellow cultivator, please wait. Li Qingshan turned around and saw an old Taoist with white hair and a youthful complexion walking out from the other side of the cave. He frowned. What is it? The old Taoist said politely, Can you please put down these primary magnets? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and raised the two baskets of primary magnets in his hands. Are you talking about these? No, no, no. There's also that one over there. The old Taoist pointed at the iron basket in the distance. Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Fellow cultivator, you mentioned 3 difficulties in a row. Are you unable to give up these 3 baskets of primary magnets? How about this? I'm not an unreasonable person. I'll exchange my basket with you. The old Taoist put down the basket on his back. It was only half filled with primary magnets of average quality. It's just some broken stones. It's not that difficult to give them up. What's the purpose of that? The world is full of bastards like you. It's too damn difficult for me to be a good person. Li Qingshan's roar shook the cave. It was filled with accusations against the cruel world and a trace of uncontrollable killing intent. The old Taoist's expression changed slightly. He laughed. If you don't want to live in this world, I can help you. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his tall and thin body suddenly swelled up. His bulging muscles stretched his loose Taoist robe to the point that it was about to split open. In an instant, he became a muscular man, and even his expression became ferocious. He casually punched the rock wall beside him. The rock wall suddenly caved in, forming a huge pit. The entire cave trembled with the loud noise. The technique that I'm cultivating is called the essence snatching, chi concealing, fetus concealing technique. It can restrain all the blood and chi in one's body and nurture one's nascent soul like a placenta. However, when it's needed, it can also transform all the mana in one's nascent soul into blood and chi, making one's body indestructible and powerful. Have you ever heard of it? So it's this technique. Isn't this a demonic technique? Yuan Yaoju frowned. This essence-stealing chi-concealing embryo technique was not as simple as just restraining one's own blood and chi. It also seized the blood essence of others and turned it into a placenta to nourish the golden core and nascent soul. It was even said that there were some people who specially trained on infants who were not yet 1 year old. Not only were they easy to refine, but they could also obtain innate spiritual chi. It was extremely cruel and vicious. Lu Tian praised, Senior Martial Brother Long really has good eyesight. This technique is all about concealing one's essence chi. It can't even fool us. Junior Martial Sister Ruan. These loose cultivators from small sects don't have the 10,000 heavenly book to choose from like us in the myriad sect. We really can't be too particular about techniques. Yuan Yaoju remained silent. This old Taoist only cultivated demonic techniques, but even his temperament was problematic. He was even more righteous than the 2 brothers when it came to robbing others. However, the myriad sect was all-inclusive and had never been strict when it came to accepting disciples. This was not something that she could change. But strangely, she was no longer worried about Li Qingshan. However, he no longer worried about Li Qingshan. Instead, he felt a strange sense of confidence. He believed that Li Qingshan would definitely teach him a vicious lesson. After being provoked again and again, Li Qingshan's killing intent was boiling. He silently circulated the Qilin strategy of longevity. He licked his slightly dry lips and asked the 2 brothers who were pretending to be dead, "Do you want your weapons back?" The 2 brothers opened their eyes and nodded. Losing the prime magnet was already a huge loss. If they lost their magic treasures as well, then they would really suffer a huge loss. Kill this muscular old Taoist for me. Li Qingshan threw the fan and walking stick back into their hands. These 2 broken magic treasures were nothing in his eyes. He was afraid that if he continued to fight, he wouldn't be able to hold back the killing intent in his heart. That would really damage the Qilin's way. He sat on a rock at the side and said, "Hurry up." The 2 brothers took the magic treasures and jumped up. Although they were beaten very badly, Li Qingshan showed mercy and didn't harm their lives. For nascent soul cultivators, as long as their nascent souls weren't damaged, physical injuries weren't a big deal. The fair-faced young master's face was swollen. He rubbed his hands together with a fawning expression and said, "Fellow Taoist, no, senior. Can you be magnanimous and let us brothers go? Return the prime magnet to us as well? We brothers are willing to follow you." Li Qingshan simply closed his eyes and said, "I'll count to 3. The two brothers felt a chill in their hearts. Old Taoist, hurry up and accept your death. The muscular old Taoist took a step back. He didn't expect Li Qingshan to have this move. He was facing 3 nascent soul cultivators at once. Moreover, the Earth Fiend magnetic array was still there. He instantly felt that the situation was not good. Then I can only deal with the 2 of you first. The muscular old Taoist recalled the tragic state of the 2 brothers when they were beaten up by Li Qingshan and became even more confident. He crushed the rocks and took big strides, charging forward. The 2 brothers waved the walking stick and the fan. Strong smoke billowed and strong winds blew. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire fueled the wind. They repeated the same trick and another fire dragon rushed toward the muscular old Taoist. The muscular old Taoist was in a wide cave. Unlike Li Qingshan, who was blocked in a narrow passage, he had more space to dodge. There were also many rock pillars that could be used as rocks. However, he recalled what he saw just now. Li Qingshan rushed out of the sea of fire unscathed. He was sure that the power of magic would be greatly weakened in the prime magnet mountain. His current physique was definitely not weaker than Li Qingshan's. There was no reason that he couldn't do what he could. As long as he got close, the 2 brothers would be at his mercy. Therefore, he held his breath and rushed into the sea of fire without hesitation. The 2 brothers were shocked. They also recalled the same scene and felt a little nervous. They were afraid that someone would rush over to hold them down and beat them up again. Just as they were worrying, they suddenly heard the muscular old Taoist scream. The muscular old Taoist was rolling on the ground from the fire. His tight Taoist robe and his hair were all burned. All of them were burned to a crisp. The strong winds were like countless sharp blades cutting down, like a death sentence. No, it was worse than death by 1,000 cuts. Although his physique was strong, it was obvious that he did not have the bloodline of the Phoenix Demon or the Tiger Demon. He did not have the willpower to endure the torture and rush through the sea of fire. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and took a look. You even have muscles in your head? Even if I can't do it, you can do it. The 2 brothers were instantly relieved. They used even more effort to activate the wind and fire. It condensed into a fiery snake that danced wildly and tightly wrapped around the muscular Taoist priest, not giving him any chance to escape. Listening to his blood-curdling screams, the Taoist priest's face was filled with cruel pleasure. It was obvious that he was venting his anger. Even the true disciples did not expect that what they thought was a life-and-death battle would end in such a ridiculous way. Seeing that victory was certain, Lu Tian left. Junior brother Lung, I have to admire your sharp eyes. This old Taoist is also a vicious person. Unfortunately, his brain is not very good. In the end, my dark horse is still smarter. Lang Yuan's face seemed to turn colder. Originally, with the old Taoist's essence stealing qi concealing embryo technique, he could have easily defeated the 2 brothers even if he threw a stone from afar. He might even have been a match for Li Qingshan. Unexpectedly, he was stupid enough to use a body of flesh and blood without the protection of vital energy. It was extremely stupid to resist the spell cast by 2 nascent soul cultivators. Pai Yongqiu said, Senior brother Lo. Congratulations, you finally won a round. Lu Tian's smile faded a little. Anyway, I did not lose. I did not expect junior sister Wan to be the biggest winner this time. As expected, newbies are more lucky. Wan Yaoju said seriously, Senior brother Le, I did not want to win. I just wanted to tell you that the human heart is not as bad as you think. Le Tian raised his hands in surrender. Fine, fine. The winner takes all. Whatever the winner says is right. The 2 brothers burned the muscular old Taoist until his entire body was charred black and he was half dead. His muscles withered again and the cave was filled with the smell of roasted meat. Li Qingshan said, All right, spare his life. The magnets on him are yours. The 2 brothers' eyes lit up and they thanked him profusely. The pale-faced man said tentatively, Fellow Taoist, this Earth Fiend magnetic formation is not easy to obtain. Why don't we guard it for a while longer? We are willing to give you half of the harvest. Li Qingshan glanced at him indifferently. Then why should I give you half? The pale-faced man said embarrassedly, You are right, you are right. At this moment, Su Tong came forward and praised, "Fellow Taoist, you are brave and resourceful. No wonder you are not afraid of danger." "I admire you," Li Qingshan said. "It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. It may be a small matter for fellow Taoist, but for them, it's a matter of life and death." Su Tong waved her hand behind her. Most of the cultivators were still immersed in the tragic scene of burning a living person. When they came back to their senses, they thanked Li Qingshan one after another and carefully bypassed the charred figure. Zhu Yingkai hid in the crowd with a very complicated mood. Li Qingshan did not notice his existence at all. Li Qingshan picked up the metal basket on his back again and carried a basket of origin magnets in each hand, striding out of the mountain. A beautiful female cultivator accompanied him as over 100 cultivators followed behind him in a dense mass. It was rather like a leader inspecting them. The two brothers were left behind to guard half a basket of magnets. They looked at each other in dismay and became vigilant. Now Li Qingshan was naturally the first champion of this assessment, and Su Tong was the second, so there was only the third. "Brother, we are just servants. With our cultivation, it's not difficult to be promoted from servants to servants. So let's not hurt our friendship. Brother, what you said is reasonable. Then let me do it this time." The black-faced man grabbed the basket on his back fiercely. The pale-faced man held the other side tightly, and the basket was suspended in the air. "Brother, you are wrong. It has always been the elder brother who gives way to the younger brother. There is no reason for the younger brother to give way to the elder brother. The order of seniority. Half each." Just as the two brothers were arguing, Li Qingshan was about to walk out of the cave. The white light in front of him was getting brighter and brighter, and the moist sea breeze poured into the cave with a slightly salty smell. Chapter 1382. The huge three-legged golden toad was lying on the beach, glowing with a golden light under the sun, which suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Li Qingshan opened his eyes wide and saw a familiar figure. It was the great princess, who was sitting on the nine-colored deer. She looked back and nodded with a smile. She seemed to be in a good mood. Could it be that she came specifically for me? My charm is really hard to resist. Li Qingshan thought in a very narcissistic manner. He recalled the feeling of being watched and thought back to everything he had done in the Origin Magnetic Mountain in a hurry. He discovered he had not done anything outrageous, so he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. After all, he had received a good person card from others. Even he didn't want to disappoint those who had good intentions for him. In addition to her and Lutian, there were 3 strange men. Judging from their demeanor, they must be direct disciples with the cultivation of human sovereign realm. He didn't understand why a small entrance examination could attract so many big shots. Moreover, several people's eyes were almost all focused on him. This was not his illusion. Su Tong looked at him in amazement and thought, are these true disciples all here for him? She involuntarily kept a distance from him and fell behind. This was a big misunderstanding. Li Qingshan was the focus of 2 bets at the same time. With his extraordinary performance, he won the appreciation of several direct disciples. Naturally, the gambler's eyes were full of meaning. With Li Qingshan in the lead, a group of people meandered to the beach and stood in front of the 3-legged golden toad. Congratulations to everyone for passing the entrance examination and becoming a member of the Wanxiang sect. Lutian stood high on the back of the 3-legged golden toad and opened his arms with a smile. Now, please put the Yuan magnetic iron into the mouth of the 3-legged golden toad. The toad opened its mouth with a thunderous sound. Li Qingshan was the first to step forward and put 3 baskets of Yuan magnetic iron into the mouth of the 3-legged golden toad. Su Tong followed him closely. She saw Li Qingshan put down the basket, walked to the true disciples, and asked, "Why are you here?" Su Tong was more convinced of her guess. If it were not for the fact that there were people in the Wanxiang sect, how could they have such an attitude? Those people were all human emperors who had gone through 5 heavenly tribulations. Little did he know that this was Li Qingshan's personality, even when facing demon god Qiongqi. He was not willing to be subservient. The successor disciples were not surprised. Regardless of whether this lad was good or evil, he was by no means a coward. In particular, Ren Chuo's eyes were filled with admiration. "I'm a little worried." Wan Yaozhu smiled. Her attitude was natural and peaceful. She seemed to be a little shy. She did not expect him to come over and talk to her like this. Li Qingshan was moved. Even if the world was difficult and evil people were everywhere, there would always be such a heart of gold. He sincerely said, "Thank you." Wan Yaozhu shook her head gently. "I'm just here to take a look." No one could tell that this was a conversation between two cultivators who were two realms apart. It was this feeling of equality that moved Li Qingshan. He thought, maybe the Kailan strategy of longevity should be practiced by people like her. "I'll return it to you when I get the bookmark." The nine-colored deer was so proud that she could not hold back anymore. She generously said, "No, lad. We'll give you the sapphire bookmark." She now found Li Qingshan very pleasing to the eye. They had made a lot of money in this bet. As for the sapphire bookmark, it was just a small amount of money and was not worth her attention. Wan Yaowu gently patted the nine-colored deer and said coquettishly, "No, you must return it." Li Qingshan looked at Le Tian, "Senior brother Le Tian, when can I get my bookmark? Since it's junior sister Ruan's debt, I'll pay you now." Le Tian counted with his fingers and took out 3 sapphire bookmarks and 7 silver bookmarks. There was also a brass bookmark and a mystic wood bookmark. Only 3 bookmarks? Li Qingshan was surprised. He had risked his life in the yuan-fused mountain and earned a lot of yuan-fused magnets, but he only got 2 sapphire bookmarks in the end. Isn't this too little? Could it be that Le Tian is scamming me? Le Tian smiled and said, "What do you think?" Ren Chui said, "Lad, the sapphire bookmark is the highest grade bookmark in the nature sect. Do you think it's so easy to get it?" Li Qingshan finally understood the preciousness of the sapphire bookmark. He looked at Wan Yaozhu deeply and thought, "Damn it. I said to win people over with virtue, but I haven't succeeded even once. In the end, I had to use force. Now, I'm about to be won over by virtue." Wan Yaozhu looked down to avoid his burning gaze. She stretched out her hand and said, "All right, give it back." Li Qingshan put the sapphire bookmark in her hand and said solemnly, "You're a good person." "Li Qingshan, where are you from?" Lung Yuan suddenly asked with a solemn and scrutinizing expression. Li Qingshan's heart tightened. This was the question he didn't want to answer the most. He smiled and said, "From a very, very faraway place." "May I know your name, fellow Taoist?" "Lang Yuan. I'm in charge of the security of the nature sect. Please answer my question truthfully." "You don't dare to answer. Do you have a guilty conscience?" Lung Yuan's eyes became even colder. Li Qingshan also said seriously, "I'm sorry. This is my privacy. After I understand the rules of the nature sect, I will cooperate with senior martial brother within the scope of the sect's rules." The 9 provinces all had treasures like the Xieji's horn that could distinguish between truth and lies. The human world probably didn't lack such methods. Moreover, a lie must have a loophole. In the end, he had to use more lies to make up for it. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never lie. Lang Yuan was startled. He didn't expect to be rebuffed. Wan Yaozhu and Pai Yongqiu both smiled. Renayo even laughed. "Lang Yuan, you've met your match. Boy, I admire you more and more." Lang Yuan said, "I will keep an eye on you." Li Qingshan nodded and smiled. He didn't talk to Wan Yaozhu anymore. He turned around and walked back to the crowd. Su Tong and the other cultivators looked at him with admiration. A true disciple was a high and mighty figure. At this time, the 2 brothers also walked out of the mountain. Seeing the scene, they immediately gave up the idea of revenge. Instead, they were a little worried that Li Qingshan would hold a grudge. Soon, everyone's magnets fell into the 3-legged golden toad's mouth. Le Tian announced the ranking of this assessment. First place, Li Qingshan. Second place, Su Tong. Third place, Nia Xiuwen. Nia Xiuwu was the fair-faced gentleman of the 2 brothers. Originally, he had exchanged the same amount of magnets as the dark-faced fiend, but in the end, he took out a grape-sized piece of magnets from his sleeve and beat his elder brother, Nia Xiuwen. At that time, his expression darkened even more. If it weren't for the true disciples holding the line, they would have started fighting on the spot. Pai Yongqiu said to Renalyo, "What did I say?" Renalyo snorted. "Did you win?" Pai Yongqiu smiled. "You can say I won." For a gambler, besides the result, winning or losing is also very important. Everyone boarded the big ship. However, Lu Tian stopped Li Qingshan. "Congratulations, junior brother Li. You became a true disciple as soon as you entered the sect." He smiled like an old fox staring at a big rooster. Li Qingshan clearly felt a sense of malice. He said bluntly, "What do you want, senior brother?" Li Tian said, "Junior brother, you're indeed a straightforward person. I don't have any other hobbies, but I like gambling. I'm especially optimistic about junior brother's gambling nature, so I'd like to make a bet with you." Renalyo and the other two seemed to have already expected it. They all showed a look of interest. Wan Yaoju frowned. "Senior brother Lo." Li Tian said, "Junior sister, you can't blame me for making a bet during the entrance examination. However, this is a private bet between me and junior brother Li. It has nothing to do with you." Wan Yaoju could only look at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan really didn't want to disappoint her, but he was really curious about the contents of the bet. "Sai, I've never liked gambling. But since senior brother Lu has spoken, I can't just ignore it. May I ask, what do you want to bet?" Li Tian's smile became even wider. "You're not far from becoming a chamber disciple. One more step, and you'll become a true disciple. Why don't we bet on when you can become a true disciple?" "Oh, how long do you think it will take for me to become a true disciple?" Chapter 1383. Li Tian's mask-like smile made him look like a well-tempered casino owner. The innocent Li Qingshan, who looked like a teenager, was the standard ignorant teenager in the story who was walking on a path of no return. He even blinked his eyes seriously. "Senior brother Lo, since it's a bet, we should have a target." "Yes, 10 years it is." Hearing this, Li Qingshan didn't react, but the other true disciples all had different expressions. Wan Yaoju said angrily, "Senior brother Lo, I can't just ignore you bullying people like this." Others might not know, but as a true disciple, she knew very well how difficult it was to become a true disciple of the myriad phenomenon sect. In theory, as long as one had enough merits, even if one's cultivation wasn't high enough, they could still slowly become a true disciple. However, if one wasn't a human sovereign who had undergone 5 heavenly tribulations, it was very difficult to accumulate merits. A human sovereign completing 1 or 2 important tasks might earn more merits than a nascent soul cultivator could accumulate in 10 years. Unless Li Qingshan could quickly undergo 5 heavenly tribulations, but he was only at the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Becoming a human sovereign within 10 years was simply a pipe dream. Renalyo also said with a smile, "Hey Li Tian, this bet is a bit too much. It's not your usual style." Li Tian was known for his love of gambling, and he won more than he lost. The reason why other people were willing to gamble with him was because he was always very fair. He would never resort to trickery and trickery. Even if the loser was not convinced, they would still find a way to get back at him instead of never gambling with him again. Taking advantage of Li Qingshan's ignorance of the myriad sect and making a completely unfair bet was definitely not his style of doing things. "It's just a joke." Li Tian scratched his head. "I don't know why, but even if it's 10 years, I still feel a little uneasy. Senior brother, you think too highly of me. Please forgive me for not accepting such a bet." Li Qingshan said seriously. He seemed a little dissatisfied, but he was inwardly rejoicing. He was already considering whether or not to bet with Li Tian. Although he didn't know much about the myriad phenomenon sect, he knew that the so-called true disciples were those who had gone through 5 heavenly tribulations. It wasn't that he didn't have any confidence that he could survive 5 heavenly tribulations in 10 years. Right now, he was only half a step away from the 4th heavenly tribulation. If he cultivated the ape demon transformation to the 5th layer, he would be able to immediately restore the ox, tiger, turtle, and phoenix transformations to the 5th layer. He reckoned that he would not be far from the 5th heavenly tribulation. Okay, I was just joking," Li Tian hurriedly said, Then 50 years it is. With your talent, you should have a high chance of success in 50 years. However, most nascent soul cultivators couldn't overcome the fifth or even the fourth heavenly tribulation in 500 years. They were forever stuck at the bottleneck until they died. Otherwise, they would have been turned into ashes by the tribulation lightning. But based on Li Qingshan's performance in the Origin Magnetic Mountain, this time limit could already be considered fair. Li Qingshan was absolutely willing. Based on the current situation, if he couldn't survive 5 heavenly tribulations in 50 years, he might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. What was the point of ascending to the 9 heavens and fighting Qiangqi? But the expression on his face was very hesitant, as if he had considered it carefully. He bowed and said, "I'm sorry, Senior Brother Lo. I still don't think gambling is very good." After saying that, he walked toward the ship. Ruan Yaobu smiled. Not all men were like Le Tian. Le Tian was a little surprised. Based on his understanding of Li Qingshan, with 50 years, Li Qingshan would bet with him no matter what. But he actually refused. He blocked Li Qingshan's path and sized him up. "What do you want? Do you want to extend the time limit? You should know that even for people like us, 50 years is very long. If the progress of the gamble is too slow, it will be very boring. I can increase the odds." Li Qingshan sighed and said, "But I don't have anything to bet." Le Tian immediately said, "I can lend it to you." How could a casino owner not lend money? Li Qingshan sighed again. "Sigh, it's so long. I can't stand the interest." "You little brat, so you want me to lend it to you for free? If you die during the tribulation, who will I ask for compensation? It's gambling, so it's inevitable to take some risks." I agree with what Senior Brother Le said. If the gamble is too long, it will inevitably be boring. I also don't want to increase the odds and take advantage of you. How about this? Li Qingshan smiled and said, 30 years, 1-to-1. He had cut the 50 years limit by nearly half. Such confidence, or rather, arrogance, made the few true disciples look at him. In a mere 30 years, a disciple had become a successor disciple. There had never been such an example in the history of the myriad nature sect. In comparison, it was easier to cultivate a nascent soul to a young spirit. But even a peerless genius would need the support of a large amount of resources and hard work to have a chance. During this process, there would be absolutely no time and energy to complete the sect's tasks. Wan Yaozu wanted to persuade him, but when she saw Li Qingshan's high-spirited appearance and thought of all the things in the Yuan-fused mountain, she bit her lip and shook her head gently. Renaoyo smiled and said, "Kid, I think I'm crazy enough, but I didn't expect you to be even crazier. Do you know how much risk there is in this?" Li Qingshan also smiled and said, "Even if I lose, I won't lose my life. It's not a risk, and getting some resources in advance is always beneficial to my cultivation. Of course, it's better if Senior Brother Lu is willing to lend it to me." Pai Yongqiu couldn't help clapping his hands and said, "Beautiful." With that, he had turned the tables on Lu Tian. If Lu Tian was only willing to lend a very small number of green jade lots, it would be nothing to someone like Li Qingshan in a few decades. If he borrowed a lot, then he could immediately convert it into a large amount of resources and quickly improve his cultivation. Even if he lost in the end, it might not be a loss. In a situation where he had an absolute advantage, if Lu Tian didn't dare to gamble, then he would lose face. So now he had to lend it to him even if he didn't want to. The smile on Lu Tian's face became even wider, and his narrowed eyes flashed with sharpness. "How much do you want to bet? This kid is indeed worthy of being the gambler that I like." Unknowingly, the gambling had already begun. If he wanted to regain the upper hand, he had to raise the stakes of this round to a level that would make his opponent fearful. He had to crush his opponent's psychological defenses and make him waver. This was the most common and useful trick in gambling, and as a human sovereign, he had an absolute advantage in this aspect. Li Qingshan said, "How much do you dare to borrow?" At this time, even the calm and stern Leng Yuan was moved. He realized that this joking gambling would probably turn into a shocking gamble. Le Tian also didn't expect this. He had originally lost to Li Qingshan and couldn't help but want to get back at him. He didn't expect that he would be forced to do so by Li Qingshan. The handsome man in front of him was no longer a small gambling stake for them to gamble with. Instead, he was the gambler standing on the opposite side of the gambling table, sitting on the same level as him, and even looking at him condescendingly. If you have the guts to lend me, I will dare to bet with you. Come, let me test your guts. Interesting, this is really interesting. Letian laughed heartily, and he even started dancing with joy. He seemed extremely delighted. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed, and Lu Tian's face suddenly approached him. He raised a finger and said, 1,000. Wan Yaozu was stunned. She had won against Lu Tian and the other three almost at the same time, but the green jade lots she had won were still less than 1,000. Even for a true disciple, a green jade lot was very precious, not to mention that Li Qingshan was just a nascent soul cultivator. Li Qingshan stretched out his hand and said, give it to me. If you lose, you have to pay 2,000 on the spot. Otherwise, Lu Tian used his finger to lightly draw a line on his neck. No one can owe me a gambling debt. Li Qingshan grinned and said, if I don't pay, I will be at your mercy. Mosquitoes don't bite when there are too many of them. There was no need to worry when one had too many debts. 2,000 green jade lots might be a terrifying number to others, but to Li Qingshan, it was just not enough. It was not that he was really confident that he could become a true disciple of the Myriad Phenomenon sect in 30 years. Until now, he knew very little about the rules of the Myriad Phenomenon sect. However, according to Luo Ho Xiaoming's calculations, the 500-year agreement between him and demon god Qiongqi was about the same time limit in the human realm. Either he defeated demon god Qiongqi, then he would not have to worry even if he lost the bet, or he was defeated by demon god Qiongqi. What kind of bullshit is senior brother Letian? If you have the guts, come to Qingqi Mountain and find me, you bastard. Heh, even the Myriad Phenomenon sect master did not have the guts to do that. It could be said that this bet was a great help to him in his bet with demon god Qiongqi. It was not that Letian was stupid, but that Li Qingshan was clever. Who would have thought a measly soul nascent cultivator would actually become involved with a demon god, and he was even saddled with a bet that was basically impossible for him to win. Therefore, people should have great ambitions, even if it would bring them great trouble. However, when you have a big trouble, a small trouble is no trouble. If you can solve a big trouble, a small trouble is nothing. If you can solve a big trouble, a small trouble is also nothing. Letian patted the three-legged golden toad, and it spat out 1,000 green jade lots. He handed them to Li Qingshan personally. Looking at Li Qingshan, who was happily counting the green jade lots, as if he had already won the bet and was counting how much he had won, he suddenly felt a little guilty. As a gambler, he knew how scary this feeling was, but at the same time, he became more and more excited. A gamble that could not make people feel this way was not a gamble at all. It was just a boring game. Li Qingshan counted the green jade lots carefully twice and asked Wan Yaozhu to help identify if there were any fake notes in them. Only then did he put the green jade lots into his Sumera ring with satisfaction. Lu Wuyo knows his destiny, gambling with life and death. Letian sang loudly and returned to the three-legged golden toad's back. With a croak, the golden toad jumped into the sea. Ha ha ha, kid, I hope you can win. Ren Chu laughed 3 times and flew away. You're on your own, Leng Yuan warned and left as well. Pai Yangqia went up and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. We will meet again. In the blink of an eye, only Li Qingshan, Wan Yaozhu, and the 9-colored deer were left on the beach. Wan Yaozhu scolded, you shouldn't have gambled. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders. I already did. Men. Wan Yaozhu sighed slightly. It will take a long time to get to the nature sect by boat. I will give you a ride. Chapter 1384. Li Qingshan couldn't help but look at the only mount here. If he could ride with her, it would be very good. The 9-colored deer was furious. It shook its head as if it wanted to use its horn to attack him. Don't even think about it. Li Qingshan originally didn't really want to ride her, but after hearing this, he actually wanted to. But of course, it was impossible now. In any case, the other party's realm was much higher than his. If they really fought, he might not be her opponent. Moreover, riding a deer depends on its master. Wan Yaodu smiled. I'll lead the way. I'll fly you there. It's faster than taking a boat. Thank you very much. Li Qingshan clasped his hands and smiled. I also had a mount, but I came out in a hurry and didn't bring it. The 9-colored deer raised its head. What kind of beast is it? Li Qingshan smiled. It's not a beast, it's a bird, a phoenix. The 9-colored deer was stunned for a moment, then laughed without caring about her image. If she was in human form, she might be rolling around with laughter. Phoenix, ha ha ha, you brat, you really know how to brag. As the king of birds, the phoenix's bloodline was naturally more sacred and noble than the 9-colored deer's. However, this kind of bird had always been known for its noble temperament. Even immortals might not be able to subdue it as a mount, let alone such a small nascent soul cultivator, and a stinky man at that. Li Qingshan smiled and sighed. I originally had a cow, but unfortunately, I lost it. Wan Yaoju suddenly noticed that when he said this, although there was a smile on his face, his eyes were a bit strange. It was as if he was sighing and full of hope. At this time, the big boat had already set sail. She said, "Let's go too." The 9-colored deer lightly leaped into the air and said sarcastically, Li Qingshan, I hope I can see your phoenix mount soon. Let me see which phoenix is so blind. Li Qingshan followed closely behind and smiled. There will be a chance in the future. Achoo! In a corner of the 3,000 worlds, a blind phoenix sneezed again. Flying over the boundless sea, the curtain of night shrouded the land. The stars were bright, the moon was like a hook, and the clouds were pure white and translucent. Li Qingshan wanted to ask Wan Yaoju about the situation of the Wanxiang sect, but he found that he couldn't get a word in. Wan Yaoju criticized him for gambling with Lu Tian and split the topic into 2 clues, Lu Tian and gambling. First, she talked about the various dangers of gambling and gave a series of clear and profound examples. Then, she talked about Lu Tian's reputation in the Wanxiang sect and how good he was at gambling. In the end, he combined the 2 topics and once again told him that he shouldn't gamble, let alone gamble with Lu Tian. The entire process was well-reasoned and filled with clear examples. She spoke tirelessly and sincerely. Probably even seasoned gamblers would realize their mistakes and turn over a new leaf if they heard this. Only then did Li Qingshan discover that she was actually so talkative despite her quietness and dullness. He studied her face with interest. Are you listening or not? Wan Yaoju said angrily. Clearly, not only was she not dull, she had a sharp mind. Li Qingshan hurriedly said, Of course I'm listening. Do you want me to recite it? There's no need, Wan Yaoju said in a bad mood. Don't be angry. Gambling has many disadvantages. Although gambling has many disadvantages, didn't you also win a bet this time? Furthermore, you got something without risking anything. Wan Yaoju didn't hide the fact that Lu Tian and the others gambled. She didn't even hide the fact that she won a lot of green jade lots in the end. She wanted to use this to incite Li Qingshan's hatred for gambling. However, Li Qingshan was grateful for her trust and sincerity, so he wasn't angry about being used as a gambling tool. In the end, he helped her win a round. Otherwise, wouldn't that fellow Lu Tian be proud of himself? Wan Yaoju said seriously, the outcome of gambling doesn't lie in the outcome of a single round. Rather, if you win, you will continue to gamble until you lose everything you've won in the past. The path of cultivation lies in accumulation. This kind of thinking of taking shortcuts is already close to the evil path, and it will ultimately affect your entire cultivation. What you said makes sense. Li Qingshan couldn't help but admire her insight. However, in life, there will always be times when you have no choice but to gamble. If you don't gamble, you won't be able to advance. Not to mention losing everything you've won, even if you lose your life, you won't hesitate. You were once a noble princess who was doted on by countless people. You also entered a large sect like the Myriad Appearance sect, and you even survived 5 heavenly tribulations in such a short period of time to become a true disciple. Not everyone in this world has your luck and talent. Wan Yaozu was silent for a moment, then sighed. You're right. I'm luckier than most people. I don't know what you've experienced in the past, but you've already reached the step. You're about to join the Myriad Appearance sect as a formal disciple, and you have a high chance of becoming a true disciple. Why can't you relax and gamble? However, Li Qingshan smiled. If you knew how I got to this step, you wouldn't have advised me to relax. However, you're right about one thing. Once gambling starts, it can't be stopped. If you can't win in the end, then lose everything. Wan Yaozhu pitifully said, Don't you feel that living like this is hard? Li Qingshan said, Although it's hard, it's also interesting. Wan Yaozhu blinked, wanting to say something but hesitating. In the end, she still said, You're a good person. I hope you can win in the end. Li Qingshan said, I'll be counting on your auspicious words. We're almost at the Myriad Appearance sect. The 9-colored deer flew through the sea of clouds, and Li Qingshan followed it down. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. On the distant sea surface, there was a bright ball of fire burning, illuminating the dark clouds that shrouded the night like a mirage. As they approached the ball of fire, the 9-colored deer lowered its altitude. It was almost like it was galloping on the surface of the sea, stepping on the waves to advance, quickly skimming over the sea surface. Li Qingshan gradually saw the true appearance of the ball of fire, but he was a little doubtful of his eyes. This was because it wasn't an ethereal and quiet celestial mountain or spiritual island like he had imagined, but a glorious metropolis. Buildings rose from the ground one after another, but they were also full of carved beams and painted rafters, with arched eaves and corners. Everywhere, there were gardens, flowers, and trees, like a classical garden that had changed from a flat surface to a three-dimensional one. The buildings were connected by long bridges. Below the bridges, there were winding rivers and continuous lakes, like a pearl necklace. Suddenly, it turned into a waterfall that poured down hundreds of feet, like a jade dragon leaping, and the sound of the waves could be heard for hundreds of miles. It was more spectacular and incredible than any city he had seen in his previous life. On the top of the mountain in the center of the island, there was a tall building that was thousands of feet tall. In its majesty, it also had the power to soar into the clouds. The top of the building had indeed sunk into the clouds, and all the buildings surrounded it like stars surrounding the moon. Chapter 1385. Drizzles of rain fell from the dark clouds, making the air even more moist and cool. The dense spirit chi made people feel relaxed, even breathing became much easier. Plus or minus, the 9-colored deer slowed down and trod on the magnificent stone bridge that spanned thousands of meters and was hundreds of meters wide, arriving at Wanxiang City. A huge waterfall flowed down from both sides of the bridge and into the deep, gloomy valley. Perhaps because it was already late at night, there was no one on the stone bridge. From afar, the city looked extremely glorious, but it was instead a bit quiet amidst the rumbling of the waterfall. Even though Li Qingshan didn't know much about the qi observation technique, he could feel the condensation of qi that reached extremely high into the sky. This wasn't a city for mortals, but a sacred land for cultivators. I'll send you off here. You should know the rest of the process. Once you've obtained the identity of a formal disciple, you can come to my 100-herb garden to take a look. I might be able to give you a job there. 100-herb garden. Li Qingshan nodded to show that he remembered. He watched as Wan Yaozhu left on the deer and stepped into Wanxiang City alone. The terrain of the city was extremely complicated, twisting and turning like a maze. Sometimes he passed through corridors and gardens, sometimes he went down bridges. Since he couldn't fly, Li Qingshan had to rely on the spirit turtle's powerful divination ability to find the path to the sky. On the way, he encountered a few patrolling teams of guards. Li Qingshan suspected that they were Lung Yuan's subordinates, so he carefully avoided them to avoid unnecessary trouble. He didn't want to go to the sky, as he didn't have the qualifications yet. Only formal disciples had the right to enter the sacred land of the Wanxiang sect, and formal disciples happened to be the lowest limit. So you're Li Qingshan, the first place of this year's entrance examination. Why are you here so early? In the cold and empty hall, the cultivator in charge of welcoming had an equally cold expression. It was obvious that Li Qingshan's sudden arrival had disrupted some of his arrangements. After confirming Li Qingshan's name, he became a bit warmer. Although there were many formal disciples in the Wanxiang sect, they still had some status. However, he still had some status. Even if he met a successor disciple, he would still address him as a junior brother. As for this guide, his status in the Wanxiang sect was only that of a disciple who had just entered the sect. Li Qingshan said, "Senior brother Letian wants to make a bet with me, so he urged me to hurry over." I see. A hint of a smile appeared on the male cultivator's face. There seemed to be some pity in his eyes as he said, "You haven't even joined the sect yet you dare to make a bet with senior brother Letian. How dare you?" He did not even ask what the stakes were, seemingly certain that Li Qingshan would lose. Besides, he was just a nascent soul cultivator. How big could the stakes be? He was just being toyed with by senior brother Letian. Instead, he talked about Letian's strange stories. Every time he gambled, Letian would win. His opponents included human immortals and ghost immortals. Among them was the name of one gambler. Even Li Qingshan felt that it was like a thunderclap piercing his ears. It said that senior brother Lishan's lifespan was already at its end. He made a bet with one of the 10 great marshals of the Netherworld, Oxhead Aubien, beside the Yellow Springs Road and won 300 years of lifespan. Oxhead Aubien? Oxhead Horseface. Li Qingshan's eyes widened. This sounded way too familiar. Haha, you've finally heard of this. You're not too ill-informed. There's no helping it. We cultivators are not as famous among mortals as the gods of the Netherworld and Netherworld. Black and white impermanence, Oxhead Horseface, 10 kings of hell, Li Qingshan muttered to himself about these famous figures. His heart pounded. He suddenly realized that he had indeed stepped into a world of immortals and Buddhas. Although he was still very far away from the 9 heavens, he was clearly very close. However, it was clear that he was already very close. The distance between him and these famous figures was already within reach. Perhaps he would meet them by chance very soon. From the looks of it, did you ascend from the Netherworld? As the guide spoke, he began his work in an orderly manner. Sometimes he would bury his head and write furiously, and at other times, he would pass a document to Li Qingshan for him to fill it out. Li Qingshan had too many secrets. He had to deal with some parts vaguely or even leave them blank. He originally thought that there would be trouble. However, he realized that the guide did not even look at them. You don't have to find it strange. These are not for me to see. Just fill them in casually. If you really don't want to fill them, you can leave them blank. Then who are they for? Are they just for archiving? After Spirit Venerable Guihai looks through them, these documents will be destroyed. Everything about you will naturally be left in Spirit Venerable Guihai's Sea of Consciousness. Who is Spirit Venerable Guihai? Li Qingshan was a little surprised. This Spirit Venerable Guihai was too bored. Through his observation, there were at least hundreds of thousands of people in Myriad Phenomenon City. You really know nothing about the Myriad Phenomenon sect. You actually don't even know about Spirit Venerable Guihai. It's my first time here. Please enlighten me, senior brother. Li Qingshan handed over a brass lot. The guide looked at the brass lot and then at him. He said with a smile, as expected of the first in the test. You sure are generous. However, forget it this time. It wasn't easy for you to dig out those essence magnets. Leave them for bribing those fellows from the Heavenly Abode Department. Thank you, senior brother. Li Qingshan sighed inwardly. Indeed, there were still good people. It's not a big deal. I'll tell you if you want to hear it. Spirit Venerable Guihai is a spirit immortal who has transcended 6 heavenly tribulations. He is our Grand Sect Master's mount and has an extremely high status in our sect. He is on equal footing with the 2 sect masters. It can be said that he's an invisible sect master who guards heaven all year round. When you reach heaven, you will naturally see him. However, you have to be careful. Spirit Venerable Guihai is a natural god. His knowledge is as deep as the sea. No one in the sect can compare to him. He knows everything in the world. Furthermore, he's extremely talented. He's best at divination and avoiding calamity. Some of your information may be true, some may be false, some may be false. I can't understand it, nor can I be bothered to understand it. However, in Spirit Venerable Guihai's eyes, he can see everything clearly. Li Qingshan's heart stirred. Senior brother, may I ask what race Spirit Venerable Guihai is? Spirit Turtle. Li Qingshan thought to himself that he had indeed encountered someone from the same race. This wasn't much of a coincidence. There weren't many races that were natural gods to begin with. There were even fewer of them that formed a race. For example, the three-legged golden toad and the nine-colored deer. Although their bloodlines were inferior to the phoenixes and spirit turtles, they were even rarer in numbers. After coming to the human realm, he encountered them. He didn't feel any joy from meeting someone from the same race. Instead, he was somewhat worried. It was difficult for him to estimate how powerful a spirit turtle that had transcended 6 heavenly tribulations and possessed a complete bloodline would have. This spirit turtle seemed to have a very rich reserve of knowledge and a master with the cultivation of a perfected immortal. His vague wording in the information would probably be seen through at a glance. Even if he left some blank space, it was possible for him to deduce a lot of information. However, it would be too obvious if he changed it now. Furthermore, he wouldn't be able to hide it when they met face to face. This was probably the greatest danger he had encountered since coming to the human realm. Once something went wrong, he would have no means of resisting. It was far more terrifying than the Essence Magnetic Mountain and the Earth Baneful Beasts. Perhaps from the moment he entered Myriad Phenomenon City, Spirit Venerable Guihai had been watching him. However, this was also a major opportunity to find the sinkhole. Spirit Venerable Guihai definitely knew how to enter the sinkhole and might even understand the prisoner of the sinkhole. Chapter 1386. However, as Wan Yaoju had said, once the game started, he couldn't stop until he won or lost his life. He could choose what to bet, but he couldn't choose not to bet. When he walked out of the cold hall, it was still drizzling, and the majestic sky was not far from him. There was a small badge in his palm, which was shaped like a cloud. It recorded everything about him, including his identity, status, and achievements. With this badge, he could enter many places in the nature sect freely and receive the benefits of a disciple who had entered the hall. He held the badge tightly and walked to the sky. He hoped that the guide cultivator was telling the truth. Junior brotherly, you don't need to worry too much. Except for the things related to the sky, Spirit Venerable Guihai rarely interferes with the sex affairs. Even if you were a heinous demon, the Spirit Venerable wouldn't take a second look at you. But you don't look like one. Li Qingshan answered with a smile. If it was so easy to see through a demon, he wouldn't be a demon. He just hoped that Spirit Venerable Guihai would be deceived by his harmless appearance, and everyone would live in peace, even if he couldn't find any clues to enter the ultimate. After climbing hundreds of steps and stepping through the gate, the badge in front of his chest flashed slightly, and an invisible barrier opened for him. I'm afraid all the books in the world are here. As soon as he entered the building, he sighed from the bottom of his heart. Just the bottom floor had millions of books, piling up into mountains of books. It was a dazzling sight. Before he could even take a closer look, a refined female cultivator came up to him. May I ask if you're Li Qingshan? I am. May I ask who you are? Li Qingshan saw that the badge on her chest was slightly different from his. She was a disciple who had entered the hall. The Spirit Venerable has been waiting for a long time. He asked me to take you upstairs. The female cultivator examined Li Qingshan with a strange look. She had worked in the hall for many years, but she had never seen such a face. Otherwise, she would have had an impression of him. So, he must be a new disciple who had entered the hall not long ago. Since he was received by the Spirit Venerable in person, he must have some background. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. What he feared would come true. The old tortoise had indeed noticed him, but there was no turning back. He maintained his composure and cupped his hands. Senior sister, please lead the way. Following the spiral staircase up layer by layer, by the time he reached the 6th floor, Li Qingshan's identity as a disciple was no longer sufficient, but the invisible barrier of the array still opened layer by layer for him. Then, it silently closed behind him. Once the worst happened, he would not be able to escape unscathed. Even without the sky, if a demonic immortal wanted to deal with him, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Along the way, he could not be bothered with admiring the various sights in the sky. He circulated the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression as hard as he could, repeatedly predicting the omens in his head, but he received no results at all. It was like a flying insect colliding against glass time and time again. After trying a few times, he gave up. Back then, his spirit turtle's method of sea suppression had only reached a rudimentary level, and it had already rendered the divination of a grandmaster of the school of yin-yang ineffective, let alone when he faced a true spirit turtle right now. With a cultivation of 6 heavenly tribulations, the invisible barrier of fate set down was not something he could break through right now. Before the results were revealed, fate was impossible to know. He just wondered whether the spirit sovereign of the seas had seen through the truth of fate or not. Originally, Li Qingshan thought he would have to go all the way to the very top, but he never expected the female cultivator to make her way down the stairs after only reaching the 16th floor, making her way towards the depths of the bookshelves. She arrived between 2 bookshelves before a fortress constructed from piles of books. He bowed respectfully and said, "Reporting to Spiritual Master, I have brought him here." "All right, you can leave now." A calm, indifferent voice rang out from behind the books. The badge on the female cultivator's chest lit up slightly. Revealing a smile, Li Qingshan knew she had already received a contribution. Although it was just something as minor as leading the way, serving this invisible sect master was clearly a contribution to the sect. The female cultivator turned around and bade farewell. She glanced deeply at Li Qingshan again before disappearing into the mountain of books. Li Qingshan did not take the initiative to speak, while the spirit sovereign of the seas remained silent as well. In the silence, there was only the sound of pages flipping rapidly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Like autumn leaves, they rustled to the ground. If it were not for the sound, Li Qingshan basically would have doubted whether there was a person behind the mountain of books, as he could not sense any aura at all. He knew this was one of the characteristics of the spirit turtle, so he waited silently with great patience. "All right, I finished another 1,000 books." Whoosh! The thousands of books piled up into a mountain of books danced about like startled butterflies. Some of them brushed past Li Qingshan's face, ruffling his long, black hair. He stared into the depths of the books without moving at all. By the time all of the books had returned to their respective bookshelves, an old man in black clothes stood near Li Qingshan. His appearance was nothing special, and it was even very easy for people to forget about him. Only his deep, silent eyes stared at Li Qingshan, making him feel like he was in the deep sea, facing fate itself. All of his secrets could not be hidden from him. Li Qingshan was very familiar with such eyes. They were the eyes of the spirit turtle. The moment he saw those eyes, Li Qingshan understood one thing. It was meaningless to lie in front of him. He bowed. "Disciple Li Qingshan greets Spirit Sovereign Gui Hai." Spirit Sovereign Gui Hai said, "You have my race's bloodline." It was not a question, but a statement of fact. "Yes, you just descended from the lower realm." "Yes. Why did you come to the Myriad Phenomenon sect?" "For cultivation." "What else?" "To find the path that leads to the sinkhole." "Why?" "For cultivation." "What else?" The question and answer came to an abrupt halt. Li Qingshan fell silent for a moment. "Sorry, I can't answer this question." Spirit Sovereign Gui Hai was unsurprised. "Li Qingshan, I can't completely understand your destiny, but it's not because of your ability." Li Qingshan was speechless. Was it because he was a transmigrator? Or was it because he was already involved in a huge dispute that involved many important figures above the 9 heavens? This old turtle obviously couldn't understand it. However, not being able to understand it is the most troublesome. "However, I sense the shadow of calamity from you." Li Qingshan said, "Blessings are accompanied by calamities, and calamities are accompanied by blessings." Spirit Sovereign Gui Hai was unmoved as he said coldly, "Put down the badge and leave. Never return. Pretend you never came here." Chapter 1387. If regular nascent soul cultivators received a warning like that from a demon immortal, they would probably flee immediately, never daring to look back. However, Li Qingshan mocked loudly, as expected of the Spirit Turtle clan. How cowardly! Spirit Sovereign Guihai was not angered. He stared at him with a deep, indifferent gaze, as if he was facing the entire ruin's end. The pressure he gave off was more terrifying than any aura. Li Qingshan's smile vanished. I can leave, but I have a question I hope you can answer truthfully, Senior. Spirit Sovereign Guihai said. Ask away. Li Qingshan took a step forward and faced the gaze that was as cold as an abyss. He questioned, Why don't you kill me? Spirit Sovereign Guihai fell silent for a moment. Just as you said, the Spirit Turtle clan is filled with cowardly people. With such a great difference in cultivation, he was still unable to grasp the principles of fate. It could only be said that there were many factors beyond his grasp at work. It was even accompanied by the shadow of calamity. The meaning behind it was very profound. A mere nascent soul cultivator. Even if he risked his life, what right did he have to make him feel calamity? Li Qingshan said, Then aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Spirit Sovereign Guihai's cold gaze wavered slightly. It was like an ant provoking a dragon. It was completely unreasonable. Li Qingshan's expression did not show any provocation. Instead, he became calm and indifferent, identical to Spirit Sovereign Guihai. The bloodline of the Spirit Turtle flowed silently through his body. This is not a foolish threat. With your intelligence, you should be able to tell what kind of person I am. I've come to the Myriad Phenomenon sect to cultivate after so much difficulty, but I was mercilessly turned away. How can I not feel resentful? If I fulfill Ling Yun's ambitions in the future, how will you live? I originally had no ill will towards the Myriad Phenomenon sect, but I suddenly felt ill will for no reason. It's a blessing or a curse. Please consider it carefully, Senior. He spoke very honestly, but it was like a naked threat. Furthermore, a single thought from the other party could doom him to eternal damnation. Spirit Venerable Guihai said indifferently, as expected of my clan's bloodline. You know our temperament well, but do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Li Qingshan said calmly, If Senior really wants to shut me out, why don't you just kill me with one strike? That would be much more satisfying. At the very least, you would be able to avoid the immediate future trouble. The two of them were obviously at daggers drawn, and their lives were on the line, but it seemed like they were talking about something unrelated to others. A visible future threat? Spirit Venerable Guihai said, Then what's the invisible future threat? Senior, you'll know once you kill him. If another human immortal had been there, Li Qingshan would never have said something like that. If the human immortal had lost his temper, he might just kill the human immortal or use some other method to search the human immortal soul. However, he possessed the Spirit Turtle bloodline, so he took advantage of the calm and cautious nature of the Spirit Turtle clan. Since Spirit Sovereign Guihai was wary, he wouldn't kill him no matter what. This gamble seemed extremely dangerous, but it was worth it. It could even be said that he had absolute confidence in winning. The worst outcome would be maintaining the status quo and being chased out of the Myriad Phenomenon sect. He did not rely on luck to get to where he was today. Spirit Venerable Guihai said, Then what do you think? It's better to plant flowers than to plant thorns. It's better to show kindness than to accumulate grudges. I, Li Qingshan, am not a person who returns kindness with enmity. Even if I summon any calamity, I will bear it alone. It has nothing to do with the Myriad Phenomenon sect. Perhaps one day the Myriad Phenomenon sect will need my care. Even if it's to seek fortune and avoid calamity, why not keep me under your watch? Everything is under your control. If there's a day when I harm the Myriad Phenomenon sect and Senior feels that killing me is better than keeping me alive, you can do so at any time. If others were to hear that, they would laugh their heads off. Spirit Venerable Guihai also smiled faintly. My master lives above the 9 heavens and is in charge of Emperor Vast Heaven's study. He transcends the 6 realms and is not part of the 5 elements. He has also attended the Buddhist ancestors' Yulin Pen assembly and heard of the Tao ancestors' primordial chaos Tao fruit. He only greets the 18 Arhats and is on equal footing with the 10 Yama kings. All he befriends are immortals. Kid, you actually said that you want to take care of the myriad phenomenon sect. What a joke. Li Qingshan said, even immortals need people to do it. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Furthermore, the sea doesn't stop a trickle from flowing. Given how impressive the myriad phenomenon sect is, doesn't it still need to recruit disciples? I'm not talented, but I will definitely make some contributions. Spirit Venerable Guihai pondered for a long time. Even with his deduction abilities, he found it difficult to make a decision. Although this kid's cultivation level wasn't high, he was of great importance. He did not know who had planted this chess piece. Before there were obvious benefits and disadvantages, he was absolutely unwilling to make a move. However, it was precisely because of the importance that he was unwilling to keep him here. Otherwise, even if a demon emperor wanted to join the myriad phenomenon sect, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Be it deduction or prophecy, it was ultimately impossible to predict everything in the world. Otherwise, the spirit turtle race wouldn't need to hide in the deep sea. At this moment, he needed to be cautious. All right, you can stay. Li Qingshan's calm expression gradually melted as he revealed a smile. An indescribable joy rose in his heart. In this battle with the demon immortal, he had won another round. He knew very well how difficult it was to change a spirit turtle's mind. No matter how confident he was, he had to risk his life. Now that he had passed another round, he was taking another step forward. Fighting with the heavens, fighting with the earth, and fighting with humans was an endless joy. A great man would never lie to me. Spirit Venerable Guihai suddenly asked, "What cultivation technique do you cultivate?" This was another crucial question. Li Qingshan naturally wouldn't reveal the 9 transformations of the demons and gods. He said frankly, the Extreme Emperor's Record of World Destruction, also known as the Extreme Emperor's Record of the World. I'm willing to offer it to the heavens. Hand it over. Yes. Li Qingshan recorded the cultivation technique into a jade slip and handed it over with both hands. Spirit Venerable Guihai seemed to have only probed it slightly before taking a deep look at Li Qingshan. What an interesting cultivation technique. It has given me some inspiration. I can perfect another heavenly book. The badge on Li Qingshan's chest flashed slightly as he gained a considerable contribution. Following that, he received an equally considerable bookmark. He understood that this was Spirit Venerable Guihai's main job in guarding this heaven. He had to collect all sorts of cultivation techniques and constantly perfect the myriad phenomenon heavenly book. He couldn't help but be delighted. He knew quite a number of cultivation techniques. There was still a world behind him. If he could offer all these cultivation techniques, wouldn't he be promoted to a legacy disciple in minutes? He immediately offered up the Demon Suppression Statuary and the Demon War Statuary. Spirit Venerable Guihai took a look but said, "The cultivation techniques of the Fighting Fiend race have been gathered in this heaven. This Demon Suppression Statuary is rather interesting, but its value isn't high." This time, Li Qingshan only obtained a few mystic wood bookmarks. The contribution points were pitifully low. He might as well have dug out a few essence magnets. This heaven had stood for countless years. Above it was a perfected immortal Grand Sect Master. Below it was Spirit Venerable Guihai's incessant inference. Below it was the accumulated contribution points of past disciples. Ordinary cultivation technique books were no longer of any value. They had to be extraordinary, or they had to be very powerful and brilliant. The Extreme Emperor's Record of World Destruction was a powerful cultivation technique to begin with. Furthermore, it was brewed during the destruction of the world. It had greater value when compared to the original Extreme Emperor's Record of the World. Chapter 1388. Senior, may I ask, if I want to read the heavenly book, which level should I go to? What's the price? Li Qingshan had already decided to strengthen the human cultivation method as an important part of increasing his own strength, and this heavenly mountain was exactly what he needed the most right now. The heavenly book needs to be exchanged with bookmarks. Do you have any? Thank you, Senior Brother Latian, for lending me so many green jade lots. Li Qingshan smiled. It seemed like this old turtle didn't know everything. Prophecy and divination weren't omniscient. Spirit Venerable Guihai closed his eyes and concentrated for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, there was a clear light in them. I see. What a big gamble. What a big investment. I have a heavenly book here that is suitable for you. Li Qingshan asked, What arcane book? Unfettered heavenly scripture. Unfettered sutra. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. According to what Luo Ho Xiaoming had said, the Extreme King's records of the world and the Extreme King's records of world destruction contained the will and path of the Mahasvara Demon Lord. Could it be that this Book of Freedom corresponded to it? Not bad. Coincidentally, the cultivation technique that you contributed gave me some inspiration and helped me perfect this heavenly tome. Senior, please introduce the contents of this heavenly book. For example, what realm can one cultivate it to? Li Qingshan humbly asked for guidance, greatly impressed by Spirit Emperor Guihai. In other words, in such a short time, Spirit Emperor Guihai had thoroughly understood the Extreme King's records of the world and the Extreme King's records of world destruction. He had also perfected the Book of Freedom. This kind of deduction ability was simply insane. For so many years, he had only cultivated the records of the Extreme King's world destruction. It was already difficult for him to combine the two techniques, let alone combine them. Now that he had a better and more complete technique in front of him, he couldn't help but feel that coming to the Wanxiang sect was the right decision. Your cultivation technique is known as the Ultimate Emperor. Thus, this heavenly book could be considered to be at the Extreme Immortal Realm and could reach the Extreme Immortal Realm. Although I can't deduce a higher realm, I can definitely have greater development. The Mahasvara Heavenly Demon Master resided at the top of the world of lust, and because he had attained Mahasvara, he was known as the Lord of 3,000 worlds, being both good and evil at the same time. Being both a god and a devil, combining life and death into one to attain the realm of great freedom. Of course, this unfettered heavenly tome alone won't be enough to obtain great freedom. To be precise, it's only minor freedom at most, but it's already very rare. The Great Freedom Heavenly Demon Master's path isn't just his path, it's also one of the 3,000 Great Das. Not only does it suit your temperament, but it also suits your current cultivation at the same time. At the very least, it won't cause your current cultivation to go to waste. Do you want it? Li Qingshan replied without hesitation, Of course I do. Bring me 850 green jade lots. So expensive. Li Qingshan grinned. This was daylight robbery. The bookmarks he had obtained from the Extreme Emperor's record of world destruction and the Extreme Emperor's record of the world didn't even amount to a fraction of what he had obtained. Was this old bastard trying to mess with him? Cultivation methods are the foundation of cultivation. Do you think it's that easy to obtain a set of cultivation methods? That makes sense. 850 it is. Li Qingshan thought about his own 9 transformations of demons and gods and Little Ant's path of white bone and great beauty. He had to admit this. A set of powerful and suitable cultivation methods could only be obtained with great fortuitous encounters. It was already fortunate that he could directly exchange for it. Everyone knew the price of the heavenly tome in the Myriad Phenomenon sect. Spirit Sovereign Guihai was in charge of the sect, so he probably wouldn't scam him in such a place. Thus, he obediently took out 850 green jade lots. Spirit Sovereign Guihai casually accepted it and gave him a jade scroll. Li Qingshan skimmed through it. He found it profound and indescribable. As he comprehended it further, all sorts of illusions appeared in front of him. Sometimes it was the vast starry sky, sometimes it was corpses and blood. Sometimes it was the horrifying tragedy of the destruction of the world. Sometimes it was the youthful vigor of saving the world. All sorts of illusions condensed into images of gods and demons. Some were gentle, some were terrifying, some were dancing kings, some were beast lords. For a moment, it was as if a group of demons were dancing wildly, shaking his mind. He could not help but want to dance with them. There was an unparalleled joy in his chest that kept expanding, almost bursting out of his limbs and bones, rising beyond the clouds and filling up the entire world. Spirit Sovereign Guihai silently observed Li Qingshan. He did not remind him how dangerous it was for him to casually read the entire heavenly tome of freedom at his current cultivation level. The heavenly tome of freedom was probably the most dangerous and unfathomable of the myriad phenomenon heavenly tome. It was the one that could easily cause one to go berserk. It was filled with contradictions and arguments, chaos and impermanence. If one was careful and cautious, fearful and hesitant, it would be difficult for one to be free. If one were to laugh in joy and dance with it, one would definitely fall into madness and confusion. Even though he had spent a lot of effort to complete the derivation, it was only a prototype. The path of the great freedom demon lord was not something anyone could walk. However, ever since Li Qingshan started cultivating, the battle between gods and demons in his heart had never stopped. The ferocity of the tiger demon made him bloodthirsty and warlike. He liked the freedom of the ape demon the most, but he could not destroy the benevolence of the Qilin. Layers of demonic thoughts and divinity were constantly fighting and pulling at each other. He was once known as the Hero King. He used novels to spread martial arts and wanted to make all living beings equal. He was once kind and wanted to save the world. However, he did not hesitate to destroy the world to fight a strong enemy. He never fell into a dilemma and could not extricate himself. He did not change his original heart and had no regrets or complaints. To a certain extent, this heavenly tome of freedom could be said to be tailor-made for him. At the very least, it would not be so easy for him to go berserk. He retracted his divine thoughts from the Jade Scroll and did not seem to be reluctant to leave the feeling of freedom. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. This technique is indeed wonderful. I will cultivate it well and strive to reach the next level." He could not help but feel glad that he made this bet with Lu Tian. Otherwise, he did not know how many years he would have to work for the myriad phenomenon sect to obtain this heavenly tome of freedom. Time was really too important to him. The benefits of this bet were already showing. Spirit Venerable Gui Hai pondered and said, "The warning was indeed unnecessary. This child has a strong and resolute heart. No ordinary person can compare to him. He is an unparalleled talent. If he does not fall, he will definitely have a great opportunity. He will not just be a direct disciple of the myriad phenomenon sect. I do not know if this is a blessing or a curse for the myriad phenomenon sect. Let me observe him carefully." He waved his hand indifferently and said, "If there is nothing else, you can leave. Don't disturb my reading." He turned and left. Li Qingshan had achieved his goal of staying in the myriad phenomenon sect and obtained an extremely important heavenly tome. He should have been satisfied, but he felt a sense of loss as if he had missed something important. He glanced at the bookshelves on both sides that were dozens of feet tall and reached the dome. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He recalled the thousands of books that flew toward him like butterflies. With his extremely strong memory, he searched through the books on the bookshelves and discovered something strange. Most of those books were not secret manuals of cultivation techniques, but all kinds of legends, historical stories, and stories of the same kind. He shouted at Spirit Venerable Gui Hai's back, "Wait." Spirit Venerable Gui Hai turned around with his hands behind his back. He did not move and his head almost turned half a circle. "What else is there?" Chapter 1389. How is it? Spirit Venerable Gui Hai looked at him curiously. This was because the myriad phenomenon sect's two sect masters had been following Elder Heaven Book above the 9 heavens for many years. Only he guarded the 9 heavens all year round. Firstly, it was to protect the sect and prevent foreign invasions. Secondly, it was to perfect the myriad heavenly book and accumulate knowledge for cultivation. He was a quiet and inactive person to begin with, so this job was very suitable for him. His main source of entertainment was reading. Among all the different types of books, only fresh and interesting stories could stand the test of time, allowing him to maintain his interest. As for the other types of books, be it poems, songs, or exquisite treatises, his wisdom and experience were enough to surpass most authors in the world. They were not worth reading at all. And this hobby of his was known by everyone in the sect. Therefore, disciples would often gather stories and contribute them in exchange for contribution bookmarks to satisfy his little hobby. In essence, the massive myriad phenomena sect was meant to serve Elder Heavenly Tome, Spirit Sovereign Goihai, the two sect masters, and a few others. Li Qingshan said excitedly, "I'm a novelist." Heh, that's odd. The corners of Spirit Venerable Goihai's mouth curled up slightly. He had probably smiled more today than he usually did in a year. It's true. Li Qingshan originally wanted to say that he had written books, but on second thought, they were basically copied and handed over to Little and to polish. It had nothing to do with him. Spirit Venerable Goihai would probably see through him the moment he said it, so he was too embarrassed to lie in front of him. Spirit Venerable Goihai looked at him indifferently with a mocking expression. Just now, when Li Qingshan was provoking him, the mockery was not as intense. Heh, you are really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. Do what you need to do. Spirit Venerable Goihai waved his hand like he was shooing away a fly. He did believe Li Qingshan a little when he said that he could cultivate to become a perfected immortal. As for being a novelist, forget it. Even with my eyes closed, I can tell that you have some ink in your stomach. I said that I would contribute to the myriad phenomenon sect. Senior, you are right in front of me. Why give up what is near for what is far away? I wonder if I can get bookmark contributions by contributing a novel? Li Qingshan looked at Spirit Sovereign Goihai's eyes. It was like looking at a treasure trove filled with bookmarks. Of course, there was also a huge amount of contribution points. If it's interesting, it's worth reading. It's better than ordinary cultivation technique manuals. Spirit Sovereign Goihai clearly didn't believe that Li Qingshan had anything worth reading. All right, I understand. Senior, please lend me the jade slip again. What are you doing? Li Qingshan's eyes sparkled. I want to present the book. The jade slip streaked through the air and fell into Li Qingshan's hand. He immediately closed his eyes and concentrated. He began to input a novel into it. A moment later, he returned the jade slip to Venerable Sea Spirit. The Great Legend of the White Ape King. You wrote it? Spirit Venerable Goihai frowned and was slightly surprised. With his quick spiritual senses, he had read more than 100,000 words in the blink of an eye. Yes, what do you think, Senior? This was Li Qingshan's only original novel. He was quite serious about it. The words are crude and the characters are dull. It's even mixed with a bunch of low-level martial arts techniques. It's really long and stinky. In the blink of an eye, Spirit Sovereign Goihai had read hundreds of thousands of words, but it was a series of bad reviews. Li Qingshan knew he was not cut out for this. The biography of the White Ape King had been written with the help of those messy, low-level martial arts techniques to attract readers. In the original miniature world, there were not a lot of people who would criticize the contents of the book, but this kind of evaluation still made him a little unhappy. At that moment, the badge on his chest lit up slightly, and a few mystic wood lots were thrown over. He grabbed them and looked at Spirit Sovereign Goihai in surprise. Spirit Sovereign Goihai said lightly, but there are some good points. It wants to make the world harmonious and everyone is equal. It's quite benevolent and bold. At least it's long. It's worth a few mystic wood lots and a few contribution points. All right, I'll accept this book. Although it was a little like dismissing a beggar, Li Qingshan was still very happy. Thank you, Senior. After all, this was his biological son. He had put a lot of effort into it. It was better to sell it than to be worthless. And it wasn't just a few mystic wood lots and a few contribution points, but a door that had been opened. Spirit Sovereign Goihai was about to leave when Li Qingshan said, Senior, don't go. I still have more. Oh! What Li Qingshan contributed again was not the book he had written. In the 5 continents, the gods descended and searched the world. Since ancient times, there had been 100 schools of thought in the 9 states. Although the school of fiction had not been very prosperous, it had a long history. After a long period of time, it had also left behind many classic works. While Li Qingshan was talking to Spirit Sovereign Goihai, he used the will of the world god to search for these books and recorded them into a jade slip through his main body. The 5 continents and the human realm were separated by an invisible realm. They could only communicate with each other through the heaven-climbing vine. Otherwise, they could forget about bringing over even a grain of sand. However, the main body and the avatar shared the same knowledge and memories, and that was enough. This book is quite interesting. The words are also much smoother and more beautiful. Spirit Sovereign Guihai nodded slightly and revealed a look of satisfaction. He even slowed down his reading speed and seemed to enjoy it. However, he finished reading in an instant. The badge on Li Qingshan's chest lit up again. This time, he had obtained a few brass lots. They weren't that rare or precious, but it was a very good start. He could already vaguely see Lu Tian's misfortune of losing the bet, so he immediately offered another book. The Spirit Emperor Guihai glanced at him and became interested. He just gave Li Qingshan an extra jade slip so that he could continue inscribing and reading without stopping. In fact, he rarely had such an opportunity to read so many high-quality novels in a row. This was because he had high standards. It was difficult for the novels collected by ordinary disciples to catch his eye, so the rewards weren't that high. As for the study companions, attendants, and servants, although they valued this reward, they didn't even have the qualifications to enter heaven. Although they could offer some books through the book collection office, the range of their activities was very narrow, and the books they could search for were limited. As for the disciples who had advanced to the next level, they often didn't think much of this reward. If they had the free time, they might as well do something else and obtain more contribution bookmarks. As for the inherited teachings disciples, there was no need to mention them. Due to various reasons, as well as the fact that he read books too quickly, he often had to repeatedly read some old books. He knew very well that these books were not written by Li Qingshan. He could also roughly guess that Li Qingshan had brought them from a certain world. These novels came from the accumulation of a world, which was why they had such quantity and quality. Chapter 1390. It's here, it's here. This was the first time Li Qingshan realized that inscribing jade slips was such an arduous task. He had to constantly maintain his focus and could not slack off at all. Chasing after books was like carrying something that was not very heavy. In the beginning, he did not feel anything, but as time passed, his hands and feet would turn numb. He had to rely on the spirit turtle transformation to hold on. More importantly, the emblem on his chest flickered with light and the bookmarks. There were not many of them. There were only some mystic wood, brass, and silver lots. There was not even a single green jade lot. However, Spirit Venerable Guihai was quick to read the information. In a moment, he had accumulated a huge amount. His contribution points were also rising rapidly. Later on, Spirit Sovereign Guihai found it troublesome and asked, "How much more do you have?" Li Qingshan answered, "As much as you want." Spirit Sovereign Guihai directly gave him a huge sum of contribution points and 10 green jade lots. He said, "If it's enough, I will reward you separately. If it's not enough, you will be deceiving a senior. Not only will I have to return everything, but I will also punish you heavily. Don't worry. I have plenty." Li Qingshan agreed immediately. However, he felt a little worried after thinking about it. "I'll respect you as a senior, but don't scam me." That was because the value of every book was different. It was all up to Spirit Sovereign Guihai. If he only gave mystic wood lots when he should have given brass, there was nothing Li Qingshan could do about it. Spirit Sovereign Guihai said unhappily, "Darn brat, you are arrogant and think too little of others. I'm a book lover. Even if it's for the sake of the author, I will not belittle the value of these books for some petty gains. I want as much as you have. Just give it to me." "All right." In the blink of an eye, the sky lit up. A night had passed. The surging ocean carried the myriad phenomenon sect as the roiling red clouds surrounded the sky. And in the east, there was a stone wall over 100 feet tall. In front of it was a large square. The stone wall was smooth and glossy. Only the words Myriad Phenomenon Ranking were engraved at the top. As the red sun rose above the East Sea, the sunlight gradually shone on the stone walls from top to bottom, reflecting the names one by one. The names were lined up one by one, and the name at the top was purple. It gradually became lighter, and after 20 or so names were listed, it turned into a sky blue color. It gradually became lighter again, and another few hundred names were listed. At the bottom was a golden color, and there were thousands of them. The pyramid was generally divided into 3 levels. They respectively represented the 10,000 elephant sect's true disciples, inner disciples, and ascension disciples. The 2 words Lutian were glowing purple and were surprisingly ranked 8th on the list. This represented his extremely high status in the Myriad sect. In the Wanxiang sect, seniority didn't depend on one's cultivation level or how early one entered the sect. It was all in this list. Li Qingshan had only been a disciple for less than a day. Even though he had contributed a lot of primary magnets in the entrance examination and was not far from becoming a chamber disciple, he was still at the very bottom of the list. The light yellow name seemed to be melting in the sunlight. There were still a few thousand names between him and the green middle rank. This once again proved that the words of the casino owner couldn't be trusted. If becoming a chamber disciple was so easy, why would there be thousands of people struggling here, not to mention the few true disciples? However, his name only stayed at the bottom of the list for a very short period of time. To be precise, it was only for an instant. Then, it immediately jumped up a few hundred places. The scene was quite eye-catching. Several hundred names moved down one place at the same time. The plaza was bustling with people, and there were also many people standing under the stone wall to watch. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many people, and they all let out gasps of surprise. The entire plaza was immediately alarmed. Not knowing what had happened, they all looked at the stone wall and noticed a light yellow name. Li Qingshan, who is that? Never heard of him. I've never heard of such a person among the study companions generation. He's probably new. Isn't the entrance examination just recently? The examination just ended, and the guide boat has just arrived. Look at the group of people in front of the stone wall. They're still following the guide around, so how could they have gotten so many contribution points? One of the study companions must have gotten some kind of opportunity. There are tens of thousands of study companions in the sect. How can you remember all of them? Maybe? Look, he's still moving up. Sigh, the seniority is growing so fast. I was a senior brother just now, but now I'm his junior brother. What kind of opportunity did he get to get so many contribution points in a row? After a night of effort, Li Qingshan's name didn't rise as fast as before, but it was still climbing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He surpassed one senior brother after another, and gained one junior brother after another, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Niaxiuwen and Niaxiuwu were standing side by side in front of the stone wall. The younger brother, Niaxiuwu, had a pale face, and the scars left by Li Qingshan's violent beating had yet to disappear. The older brother, Niaxiuwen, on the other hand, had a black face, so it was hard to tell. After fighting openly and secretly for a while, they actually didn't break up. Instead, after half a day and a night of sailing, they were on good terms with each other and were still good brothers. According to the usual practice, the disciple in charge of guiding them would bring them around Wanxiang City for sightseeing. This plaza was their first stop, mainly to view the Wanxiang ranking, so that they could understand their status in the sect and motivate them a little. Because the two brothers had high cultivation, they were at the front of the crowd. They looked up at the name and couldn't help but open their mouths. As the name continued to rise, their heads were raised higher, and their mouths were opened wider and wider. Brother, is it that Li Qingshan? Who else could it be other than him? Sigh, it's not a shame to lose to him. You guys are from the same batch. Do you know where this junior brotherly came from? The guide disciple was the one Li Qingshan saw last night. He was also extremely shocked. Where did he go last night? How did he get so many contribution points in one night? If this goes on, it won't be long before I have to call him senior brother when I see him. The two brothers looked at each other. They had also heard about the big bet. After all, they were nascent soul cultivators, so Lutian and Li Qingshan didn't deliberately lower their voices. However, they decided to keep quiet. Not to mention Lutian, just Li Qingshan alone was not someone they should offend. Senior brother, we don't know either. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. Don't try to fool me with that. The guide disciple was a bit dissatisfied, but he didn't force them. Although one of them was an attendant and the other was a servant, it was only a matter of time for them to become disciples with their cultivation. Su Tong had a special ability in this aspect, and she heard it clearly yesterday. She suspected that it was Sister Wan Yaozhu who helped them. Alas, it's really good to be under a big tree. I also need to find a big tree to lean on. In the crowd at the back, among the envious faces, a trace of resentment flashed in the eyes of a monk. He was bald, but he was wearing a Taoist robe. He was the muscular old Taoist who had been burnt black all over. Because of Li Qingshan's kindness, he barely survived and almost crawled out of the Yuanxi mountain. He didn't have a piece of Yuanxi iron in his hand, and he luckily passed the entrance assessment based on Lu Tian's promise to Wan Yaozhu. He had a strong body and abundant blood qi, so he seemed to recover faster than the two brothers. However, his hair and eyebrows couldn't grow out at once, and his internal injuries were very serious. Not only was his cultivation greatly damaged, but his lifespan was also affected. He hated Li Qingshan very much. Because he was afraid that the two brothers would secretly attack him, he hid in the crowd, and he was frequently looked at, which made him feel ashamed and resentful. Seeing that his enemy was promoted step by step, but he had to start from a servant, he hated him even more. His internal organs felt like they were being cut by knives and burned by fire, which aggravated his internal injuries, and his face turned green and red. The two brothers seemed to feel something and looked back, only to see a bald head gradually retreating into the crowd, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's not that easy to withstand the wind and fire joint attack of our brothers. Now that the wind is breaking and the fire poison is attacking his heart, he still dares to provoke the devil in his heart. This old man can forget about going through the fourth heaven's punishment in his life. The muscular old Taoist quietly retreated from the crowd, pulled one of them, and asked, "May I ask where can I see senior brother Li Tian? You're new here, right? Why do you ask?" "I have something to report to senior brother Li Tian. At this time, he should be in the chaotic fate workshop." To be continued. Chapter 1391. Different from other sects, Wanxing City was not a sealed-off cultivation ground. Instead, it was open to all cultivators. Cultivators could freely exchange, rest, and have fun here. There were hundreds of thousands of servants in the sect, and most of them were here to serve them. Thus, all sorts of facilities were created. Go clubs, restaurants, tea houses, and even brothels. As long as one wanted to and had the bookmark, everything could be bought here. It could be said to be all-inclusive. Among all these facilities, the most famous was the Chaotic Life Place, a casino personally managed by Lu Tian. Although there were many cheating methods in the cultivation world, one could always guard against them. However, divination and prophecy were impossible to guard against. Thus, a formation was specially set up to disrupt fate, which was why it was called Chaotic Life Place. The old Taoists soon arrived at the entrance of the Chaotic Life Place. The vermilion archway was tall, and people walked to and fro below. On the left was a golden toad, and on the right was a white jade pishio. There was also a stone tablet with a sentence carved on it, "Gambling changes one's fate, Lu Tian." This was probably one of the origins of the Chaotic Life Place. The archway was bustling with people. There were many buildings in the city that servants were not allowed to enter, but this Chaotic Life Place was the only exception. Regardless of status, anyone could come and try their luck. At this juncture, the old Taoist was a little timid and paced around the archway for a while. However, he was not only here to take revenge on Li Qingshan, but also to climb up the tree that was Lu Tian. If he could gain a foothold in the sect, he would be able to fight with Li Qingshan for a long time in the future. Otherwise, just Wan Yaozhu alone was enough to make him afraid. Thus, he steeled his heart and barged in. At the highest level of the Chaotic Life Place, bright sunlight filled the room. Lu Tian was lying on a golden rattan chair. The golden goblet in his hand was glistening, and the mellow wine was dyed golden. From here, he could see most of the buildings in the city. Lu Tian sipped the golden wine and looked at a certain place in the city, deep in thought. A female cultivator knocked on the door and entered. She wore a golden dress that dragged on the ground. She wore a golden phoenix hairpin, golden earrings, golden bracelets, and other gold accessories. However, she did not look tacky at all. Instead, she looked extraordinarily noble and bright. She looked like the empress of a great country. Compared to Lu Tian, who was lying on the reclining chair, he looked more like the second generation of a wealthy family. The female cultivator was very careful and her footsteps were as light as a cat's. She whispered into his ear, "Senior martial brother, there's a Taoist who doesn't look like a Taoist. This monk doesn't look like this monk's servant. He wants to see you, saying that he wants to thank you for your kindness. I saw that he has a nascent soul cultivation base, so I came to report to you. I won't see you." Yes. When the female cultivator saw that Letian had no intention to continue speaking, she reluctantly left the room. A cultivator immediately came up and respectfully asked, "Senior martial sister Jean, what did senior brother Le say?" She had regained the majesty of an empress. Her phoenix-like eyes were filled with killing intent. "Make him scram." The order was passed on a few more times, and finally, it was, "All of you, beat that bald donkey out of here." This senior martial brother, although he is only a servant, he is still a nascent soul cultivator. We are only at the foundation establishment stage. How can we defeat him? So what if you're at the nascent soul realm? This is the chaotic fate place. All of you are attendants, so how could he, a mere servant, dare to retaliate? How unlucky. I was scolded by the foreman because of him. People say that if you see a bald person, you will lose, and it is indeed true. Thus, the old Taoist was beaten up again and thrown out of the door, surrounded by the crowd. Although he didn't suffer any injuries due to his strong physique, he felt depressed and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, which worsened his internal injuries. "Letian, why don't you make him stay?" The three-legged golden toad turned into a golden-haired, golden-eyed young man, lazily lying on the edge of the hot spring. He stacked the gold bars high up, stuck out his tongue, and rolled up a piece, chewing as he mumbled. "He is just a piece of trash. He is a nascent soul cultivator. Are you angry? That Li Qingshan is really powerful. He is about to beat you twice in a row." The three-legged golden toad glanced outside, following Lu Tian's gaze. It was the big square where the myriad phenomenon list was erected, and even Li Qingshan's name could be seen clearly. A piece of trash is not worth the bet, not even a piece of mystic woodlot. Does Lang Yuan think that he is the only one who saw the essence-stealing and qi-concealing embryo art? The most important thing in gambling is courage. This kind of rat who treats cowardice as prudence and despicability as wisdom will only lower my chances of winning. That Li Qingshan was summoned as soon as he entered the heaven, so he must have contributed some miscellaneous books, and the number must be very large. This is not surprising. After all, he most likely ascended from the mortal realm, and nascent soul cultivators of the human realm don't have this kind of courage. Le Tian wasn't worried at all. His deduction was almost exactly the same as the reality. The three-legged golden toad swallowed all the gold. He doesn't look like someone who likes to read. The wine in the golden goblet shook slightly, and Le Tian said, "So he will come out soon." However, Li Qingshan stayed in the heaven for 6 days and 7 nights before coming out. In these 6 days, his ranking on the myriad phenomenon ranking rose step by step, constantly rising. Towards the end, he slowed down a lot because he had already contributed most of the most valuable books in the 5 states world, and the speed at which he recorded in the jade slips became slower and slower. However, he still climbed up without a moment's pause, surpassing another 1,000 people. Just now, he stopped, actually becoming a small legend in the myriad phenomenon sect. However, Li Qingshan felt utterly horrible right now. His head felt like it was about to split open. The drain on his soul sense from constantly recording the jade slips was only a small matter. Most importantly, he had several thousand novels churning through his head, yet he could still remember every single character and every single line of dialogue. They were all lifelike, like a dream. As he gazed at myriad phenomenon city before him, he found it unreal. He understood very well why the Clam King of Mirage Sea had gone mad. "Hey, kid, you've finally come out." A familiar voice rang out, and Li Qingshan immediately saw the nine-colored deer, as well as the fresh and pleasant Wan Yaoju in a light green dress beside him. He immediately felt much better. "Miss Wan, this young man greets you." "Tui, I'm about to go crazy." "Fellow Wan, what are you doing here?" "You've already entered the sect, so you should call me senior sister," Wan Yaoju said with a smile. With her back to the morning sun and the morning wind, her fine black hair swayed by her ears. Li Qingshan sincerely called her senior sister. "Were you waiting for me here, senior sister? You haven't come to the 100 Herb Garden for a long time. I heard that you were summoned by the Spirit Sovereign and you haven't come down for a few days. Are you all right?" Wan Yaoju said with concern. "I've made senior sister wait for a long time." Li Qingshan was moved and said, "It's fine. I just gave some books to the Spirit Sovereign to earn some contribution points and bookmarks." Wan Yaoju smiled. "You've already become the leader of the Wan Xiang sect. I'm afraid senior brother Le is scared to death by you." Let him gamble." She even glanced in the direction of the chaotic life square. Li Qingshan laughed heartily. "Senior brother Lu has a big business, and he has plenty of horses and mules. Why would he care about this small amount of money?" In the chaotic life square, Lu Tian really heaved a sigh of relief. If Li Qingshan kept improving at that speed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a direct disciple in 30 years. Wan Yaoju said, "Unfortunately, the number of books I can give is limited. Otherwise, you'd definitely win. Why don't you come to my 100 Herb Garden and do some things? Although it won't be that fast to increase your contribution points, it's still a stable income." Li Qingshan smiled mysteriously. "That's not necessarily true. As the saying goes, my life has its limits, but books have no limits." Lu Tian's heart was in his throat again. To be continued. Chapter 1392. In Wan Yaoju's eyes, that smile was full of vitality facing the morning sun. She couldn't help but smile. Although the Heaven's Gate was not as noisy and lively as the chaotic life place, it was still a place where people came and went. Moreover, they were all disciples who had entered the inner chamber. This scene of looking at each other and smiling when seen by bystanders caused them to be filled with wild and fanciful thoughts. Originally, Wan Yaoju was hiding in a hidden place waiting for Li Qingshan. At this moment, men and women all came up to greet her, calling out, "Senior Marshal Sister Wan." However, they were all thinking in their hearts, "Who is this man? Why is he so close to Senior Marshal Sister Wan?" Perhaps it was because Li Qingshan was here, but Wan Yaoju felt slightly uncomfortable. "Junior Marshal Brotherly, let's go to the 100 Herb Garden." "Okay." Li Qingshan immediately noticed that the gazes of the people around him were getting more and more strange, as well as unconcealable envy. Li Qingshan followed the 9-colored deer out of Wanxiang City and arrived at a small island 1,000 miles away. The island was covered in luxuriant grass and dense green. Birds flew in the sky and it was full of vitality. It was indeed a beautiful place. However, as Li Qingshan looked around, he didn't see any decent lingji or immortal herbs. "This is the 100 Herb Garden?" "Not yet." As Wan Yaoju spoke, the 9-colored deer descended from the sky and landed on the small island. Li Qingshan immediately felt that this small island wasn't normal. The density of the spiritual energy was abnormally dense, almost as dense as the Chua Dragon's cave. The island was covered in layers of formations that were invisible. It was like an inescapable net, and the security was no less than that of Wanxiang City. If not for Wan Yaoju leading the way, he definitely wouldn't be able to take a step on this island. "Kid, you're really lucky. It's all because you helped us earn so many bookmarks." The 9-colored deer slowed down and followed the small path in the forest to a picturesque place. On the vast expanse of green grass, there was an arched door made of green vines. There were even flowers blooming on the door. Under the morning light, it was like a fairy tale world. The 9-colored deer jumped and disappeared into the arched door. Waves of colorful ripples spread out from the door like rainbows. Li Qingshan seemed to understand something and stepped into the arched door. In an instant, an incomparable world appeared in front of him. This was a heavenly grotto. The place wasn't big, only 1,000 miles in circumference. However, within this 1,000 miles, there were mountain ranges, deep valleys, and springs. There were also barren ice plains, swamps, and lakes, but they didn't seem messy at all. They were natural, as if they were in a painting, as if they were condensed from a complete world. Li Qingshan had seen a lot of things. As a man who was the god of the world, this wasn't all that surprising. However, there were countless exotic flowers and plants in this area, competing with each other in beauty under the bright sunlight, or silently in the deep valley. Even though he did not know how to identify flowers and plants, he could easily tell that these flowers and trees were precious. The density of the spiritual energy here was beyond imagination. Even Huilong's cave couldn't compare to it, and how big was Huilong's cave? He immediately understood why this island was so heavily guarded, and why those people envied him. This place was probably more important to the nature sect than Tiandu. The heavenly book was just afraid of being stolen, but it wasn't really a loss. Everything in the building was probably recorded in the old turtle's mind. Even if Tiandu was burned down by someone, it wouldn't matter. However, if this place was stolen or destroyed, it probably wouldn't recover even after 100,000 years. If one wasn't a direct disciple, how many people were qualified to have a cave like Huilong's? Wan Yaoju said she wanted to help him find a stable job. However, working here wouldn't just give him a stable job. Wan Yaoju smiled. Welcome to the herb garden. I really don't know what to say. Li Qingshan sighed. He had just received the unfettered heavenly book. He needed a lot of spiritual energy, and the environment here was too suitable for Qilin transformation. Wan Yaoju smiled. No need to be so polite. Work hard to repay me. Li Qingshan felt that she became much more lively after coming to the herb garden. He smiled. Okay, speak. What do you need me to do? There's no need to rush. I can see that you're very tired. You should rest first. Oh, right. You've already received the heavenly book from Spirit Venerable Gue Hai, right? Yes. Wan Yaoju asked curiously, what heavenly book? You don't have to say it if you don't want to. I'm cultivating the heavenly book of nature. Li Qingshan praised. Tao imitates nature. It sounds very powerful. It's not that powerful. According to Spirit Venerable, this heavenly book should be called the minor heavenly book of nature. It's still far from the true Tao of nature. It's just that it's good at taking care of these plants, so it was arranged to be in charge of the herb garden. Li Qingshan chuckled. That's such a coincidence. My heavenly book is only one word different from yours. Even the evaluation is about the same. Wan Yaoju's curiosity was piqued. She could no longer be gentle and considerate. She urged, quickly tell me what heavenly book you're cultivating. I'll tell you everything. At this stage of cultivation, a cultivation technique was no longer just a cultivation technique. It was a true path. Every heavenly book was a path, and it could almost represent everything about a cultivator, such as thoughts, abilities, temperaments, and so on. Senior sister, I'm cultivating the heavenly book of freedom, or the minor heavenly book of freedom. Wan Yaozu was moved. Is it really fate? She blinked her eyes. I've never heard of such a heavenly book. Are you lying to me? Li Qingshan patted his chest and promised, I won't lie to you. I hope you can keep your promise. Wan Yaoju looked at him with a faint smile, which made Li Qingshan feel a little guilty. He said inwardly, I hope so. Wan Yaoju explained seriously, the heavenly book of freedom must have something to do with the great world of freedom. I don't know how effective it is. It must be very different from my nature heavenly book. It's just a coincidence that one word is the same. Many heavenly books have similar evaluations from Spirit Venerable. Li Qingshan said, how can it not be effective? This heavenly tomes cost me a total of 805 green jade slips. If it weren't for senior brother Latian's financial assistance, who knows when I would have been able to obtain it. I really have to thank senior brother Latian. But I really don't know how you can win this bet. Wan Yaoju sighed slightly, then said seriously, if you need sapphire tags, I can lend them to you. But work and contribution have rules. I can give you more sapphire tags as a reward, but contribution is related to the whole nature sex rules. Big is big, small is small. If you have it, you have it. No matter who it is, I won't show favoritism. Don't look down on me. I, Li Qingshan, am not a man who lives off women. Don't worry about me. I have a plan and I'll make Le Tian lose everything. What do you mean by living off women? Who's worried about you? Chapter 1393. Wan Yaoju pouted. Li Qingshan's words were far too frivolous and flirtatious. No matter how good her temper was, she could not put up with it. If it were not for the fact that his eyes were clear and devoid of any evil thoughts, she would have chased him out of the 100-herb garden immediately. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He did not mind at all. He was no longer the inexperienced Li Qingshan who would fall in love at first sight when he saw a beauty. Actually, he was not lustful at all. He was just used to joking around. He had always been good at mocking and had a good mouth. Now, he was complacent and did not know how to restrain himself. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his chest. He was thrown into the air by the 9-colored deer. Li Qingshan flipped in the air and rubbed his chest. He was not angry. He asked, "Why did you hit me?" There was actually no room for her to dodge. She really had undergone the 5th heavenly tribulation. The 9-colored deer was surprised too. Originally, it wanted to teach him a small lesson, but he was actually unscathed. His body really was tough. It raised its antlers proudly. Nothing good comes out of a filthy mouth. Wan Yaoju said, "Junior brotherly, don't be so rude in the future." Li Qingshan rubbed his head. I know. Wan Yaoju could not bear to blame him. She thought, he doesn't have any evil thoughts. I've been thinking too much. She pointed at him and asked, "Do you see that hill?" Li Qingshan nodded. The hill was not particularly tall. It made him think of Crouching Ox Hill. It just happened to be in the center of the 100-herb garden. There were not a lot of flowers and plants on it. There was only a single towering tree. The leaves were all faint gold, forming a golden canopy. He could tell with a single glance that it was something extraordinary. He could not help but ask, "What tree is that?" "That's a Bodhi tree with golden leaves. It can calm the mind and inspire inspiration. It's most beneficial for cultivation. That's where I usually rest. You can rest under that tree." When Wan Yaoju reached there, she also felt that it was rather strange. That's not a good idea. Li Qingshan was not a reckless person. That seemed to be a place for a man and a woman. If they were alone, then so be it, but there just happened to be many cultivators working in the 100-herb garden. From the moment he entered, many gazes landed on him. He owed Wan Yaoju. He didn't want to hurt her reputation. Wan Yaoju angrily said, "What's not good about it? Whenever martial brothers and sisters come to visit, I always receive them there." She also felt that she was trying to cover something up. "I'm going to patrol. If you don't want to go, then forget it." Riding on the 9-colored deer, he soared into the sky. Li Qingshan shook his head and climbed up the hill. When he arrived under the golden leaf Bodhi tree, he saw that the thick tree trunk was made up of many intertwined branches. It looked like a banyan tree. There was a bamboo mat under the tree and a small table with a tea set on it. The bamboo mat was as green as new, the small table was as red as a heavy date, and the tea set was like cracked ice. It was extremely simple and elegant. The thin shade of the tree was actually suffused with a faint golden color. Swaying along with the breeze, it flickered with millions of specks of golden light. Li Qingshan came under the tree and immediately felt his mind clear up. His head no longer hurt, and even his divine sense became sharper. He sat down cross-legged casually. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate, so he first sorted out his experiences after coming to the mortal realm, and then he gradually felt sleepy and yawned loudly. He smiled in realization. This feeling was something he hadn't felt for a long time, so he simply lay down on the cool bamboo mat and fell asleep. Wan Yaoju patrolled around the 100-herb garden and dealt with some trivial matters. She felt slightly uneasy. Sigh, he's actually sleeping, really. The 9-colored deer looked back at the golden leaf Bodhi tree and said, "Blockhead, oh blockhead, you're inviting a wolf into the house." Wan Yaoju smiled and said, Didn't you say that he's been a good person since he was young and can't even bear to step on ants? That's exactly why it's so bad. Regardless of whether he's a good person or not, he's still a man. This kid is obviously a playboy and a playboy. You have to be wary of him in the future to avoid a disaster of love. Wan Yaoju blushed and said, "What are you talking about? I just don't want him to lose to senior brother Lution. That's 2,000 green jade lots, how can he afford to lose?" The nine-colored deer said, "This is too scary. You've known Lution for more than 1,000 years, but you've only known this kid for less than 10 days. Could it be that you've been bewitched? Could it be that this kid has the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox?" Wan Yaowu was slightly stunned. Everything was so logical that she didn't think too deeply about the reason behind it. Perhaps she was moved by the Qilan's benevolence, or perhaps she didn't want to see a good person fall into a hopeless situation, or perhaps she wanted to take a gamble with Lution, who had never listened to her for the past 1,000 years. It was difficult to distinguish all the reasons, but there was no need to care so much. Thank you for your reminder, but I'm wholeheartedly cultivating, so how can I fall into the trap of love? If Junior Brotherly really has other intentions, please help me chase him out of the 100 Herb Garden. If he doesn't have other intentions, do you think I'm that unreserved? Okay, I'll help you keep an eye on him. With my blockhead's character and appearance, I don't believe that he won't be tempted. You deserve a beating. Li Qingshan was in a deep sleep and still didn't know that he had been targeted. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He had just stepped into the 6 paths of reincarnation and was preparing to face demon god Qiongqi. He was in high spirits and his fighting spirit was high, so how could he have the mood to be in the mood for romance? Furthermore, she was so nice to him, so how could he have thoughts of sleeping with her and ruin her cultivation? This was not in line with his principle of revenge must be repaid. Although he was asleep, there was still a trace of consciousness left in his mind, and he cast it into the 5 continents world, from the perspective of the world god, the vast ocean, the various continents, humans, ghosts, and demons were like a magnificent painting unfolding in front of his eyes. Although it wasn't as exquisite as the 100 Herb Garden, it was truly a world that belonged to him. The key to winning this bet was here. Li Qingshan knew himself well. Although he was known as a novelist, he didn't have any talent in writing novels. He could only copy a few books, but it wasn't a long-term plan. However, books were written by people, and even if he didn't have the talent, it didn't mean that others didn't. There were hundreds of millions of people in the 5 continents world, and there was a huge time difference with the mortal realm. He could organize tens of thousands of people to write, and it would be impossible for him to gain nothing. As long as there was a 1% or even 1,000's chance of success, it would mean an endless supply of contribution points and bookmarks. Even if Lution used up all his schemes, he wouldn't have thought that he would have a world of his own, and that his thoughts could enter and leave it freely. The world itself couldn't directly provide any cultivation resources, but as long as it was used properly, its value was beyond imagination. Perhaps this was what Zhuolong wanted to do, but didn't manage to do. Gui Hailingzuan used the rules of the entire myriad appearance sect to satisfy his little hobby, while Li Qingshan could use his identity as the world god to make the entire world assist him in his cultivation. This was the power and prestige of a cultivator. As for winning this small bet, it was just something he did in passing, and he didn't really care about it. 30 years was still a long time, and if it didn't work out, he could still renege on the debt. The most important thing now was to obtain a decent abode of immortals. Wan Yaozhu could be considered a kind master, but although the 100 Herb Garden was good, and no matter how wonderful the Bodhi tree was, he was still living under someone else's roof, and it wasn't a place for a real man to love for a long time. To be continued. Chapter 1394. However, while the idea was wonderful, he still needed to think about how it would work. He couldn't just send down an oracle from the heavens and summon everyone to write novels, right? There had to be someone in charge of organizing people, spreading the news, establishing a complete system, and ensuring its normal operation. With a thought, he already had a suitable candidate. He then descended into a courtyard. Under the large apricot tree, the moonlight flowed like water and the shadows of the tree swayed. The former king of Southern Yu, Qianlingji, was playing chess with someone. Southern Yu no longer existed. He was now the human king of the new continent. Opposite the chessboard was a banyan tree and a potted plant. Its roots were thick and strong. Its aerial roots formed the shape of a palm, holding a black chess piece and landing it on the chessboard. Qianlingji sighed. I didn't expect that after going through such a disaster, fellow Daoist's chess skills did not deteriorate, but improved instead. The banyan tree king said bluntly, It's because you've been playing too stinky. Qianlingji smiled and sighed. You wouldn't have said that in the past. The banyan tree king said, The past is the past, the present is the present. Let's play another game. Qianlingji suddenly turned around and saw a faint silhouette in the watery moonlight, condensing into Li Qingshan's appearance. He cupped his fists. Fellow Daoists, it's been a long time. Qianlingji hurriedly stood up to welcome them, casually brushing the chessboard away, and jokingly said, Supreme Deity, what brings you here? I have something to ask of you. Let me explain it slowly. As a result, Li Qingshan told him everything about the myriad phenomenon sex spirit sovereign Gui Hai. He even hid nothing about his bet with Lu Tian. Qianlingji said, I didn't expect the human realm to be so treacherous. Fellow Daoist, don't worry, leave this to me. I won't let Lu Tian get too full of himself. The banyan tree king said, I have nothing better to do and was looking for something to do, so I'll lend you a hand. That's great. Li Qingshan smiled. One of them was from the royal family, while the other was the king of the demons. They were the best at organizing, so it would be easy to leave this matter to them. Many thanks. When this is done, I'll definitely reward you according to your contributions, so that you won't work for nothing. It's just a small matter. There's no need to thank me. However, I still have one more thing. When will this 5 continents world become bigger? Qianlingji was also close to the 4th heavenly tribulation. This was undoubtedly what he was most concerned about. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. He saw a star gradually growing bigger in the vast void. The void-swallowing beast had already traveled very far. He opened his eyes again. Soon, this also meant that he had to remove the sky-climbing vine from the human realm before deep blue Lil Fatty arrived at the new world. However, if he did that, Little and the others would be in danger, and their path of retreat would be cut off. So before that, he had to find a new cave and bring them over. Qianlingji said, Then I'm relieved. There is a school of novels in the 9 states, so this matter is not without reason, but it still needs some time to plan. Yes, time passes quickly in the mortal realm. I can wait. I'm originally a disciple of the school of novels, otherwise I wouldn't have thought of this. If you need any help, just let me know. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Li Qingshan discussed with them a little more about how to handle this matter before taking his leave. Just as Qianlingji was in thought, the banyan tree king had already restored the chessboard that had been messed up. He said, It's your turn. Qianlingji revealed a helpless expression and shook his head. Tree king, oh tree king. You weren't like this before. It's like you've become a different tree. Hurry up. Once I beat you, we'll get to work on this. Li Qingshan slowly woke up under the golden-leafed Bodhi tree. He stretched. A gentle breeze blew past, and the golden leaves rustled. Wan Yaozhu was nowhere to be seen. He did not get up. Instead, he rested his head on his arms and crossed his legs. He placed the jade slip that recorded the heavenly tome of freedom between his eyebrows and began to comprehend it. Perhaps it really was because their personalities were compatible, but the process of comprehension was extremely smooth. The cultivation method was extensive, profound, and wondrous, but it could not stop him from having the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine as his foundation, the spirit turtle transformation's ability to project, and the ape demon transformation's freedom of movement. All of these served as great assistance to him. 2 layers of light lit up on him at the same time. At first, they suppressed one another before gradually merging together, condensing into a profound light that changed unpredictably. It enveloped Li Qingshan, reflecting his face. At times, it was vicious and terrifying like a demon, and at other times, it was gentle and gentle like a woman. Afterwards, the two faces gradually merged together, and the profound light gradually receded into his dantian. He had only comprehended 20 to 30% of it, but he had already harmonized the Extreme King's records of scriptures and the Extreme King's records of world destruction. He gathered the thoughts of life and death before transforming them into the heavenly tome of freedom. Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the shattered sunlight flickering through the golden crown of the tree. He muttered to himself, "Only the savior of the world has the right to destroy the world. Only the destroyer of the world has the power to save the world." With a boom, the profound light froze. A half-transparent infant appeared in Li Qingshan's dantian. It was extremely similar to Li Qingshan in appearance. It was the soul nascence that all great cultivators possessed. Originally, he thought it would be impossible for him to refine a soul nascence now that he had embarked on the demonic path. He never thought the heavenly tome of freedom would be so impressive, actually allowing him to reverse his demon heart and refine a soul nascence. He truly was worthy of being the great freedom demon lord. The path of the great freedom was not a simple demonic path. It completely surpassed the regular concepts of good and evil, establishing a great path that everyone yearned for. The Buddha said, "Everyone can become a Buddha," which also meant, everyone can become a demon. What everyone sought was freedom, to do as they pleased, to do as they pleased. Humans were probably much closer to demons than Buddhas. Could it be said that the great freedom demon lord understood the human heart better than the Buddha? Various demonic thoughts were born from the heart. A single misstep could become a demonic obstacle. If mortals wanted to succeed, they needed to be careful, to bow, to reflect, and to control themselves. Once they made a mistake, their entire life would be wasted, and they might even lose their lives. Moreover, it was a huge matter like cultivation. Terrifying power was contained within the body, and the mind was constantly changing. Who dared to be free and do as they pleased? If they let all kinds of thoughts run wild, a moment of carelessness would lead to chi deviation, and their souls would scatter. They wouldn't even be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Therefore, this path was what everyone yearned for, and everyone yearned for it. Instead, it was even more difficult than the strict Buddhist path of cultivation. Very few people could walk this path. Li Qingshan rubbed his belly. "It's like I'm pregnant, haha." He couldn't help but laugh proudly at this exquisite metaphor. "You've already comprehended the heavenly tome of freedom." Wan Yaozhu sensed the commotion and came over to take a look. The heavenly tome of all nature was extremely profound. Back then, she had spent several years comprehending the heavenly tome of nature, which was already considered very fast. He only slept under the tree for a while, and when he woke up, it only took him 10 minutes to transform his cultivation into a heavenly tome. Could it be that he was really a rare genius in cultivation? This was not only because Li Qingshan had the foundation of the Extreme Emperor's record of world destruction and the Extreme Emperor's record of the world, as well as the powerful assistance of the 9 transformations of the demonic and celestial. It wasn't just because their hearts and natures were compatible. Although the heavenly tome of freedom was difficult and dangerous, it also had one advantage, and that was its speed. It was so fast that even the cultivator himself felt afraid, so fast that he could lose control at any time and become chi deviation. Chapter 1395. Wan Yaozhu said, "Junior martial brother, do you know the cloning technique?" "This. I guess I know a thing or two. Take this fractal shadow form technique and comprehend it. With your comprehension, you should be able to grasp it quickly." Nine-colored deer said, "This phantasm technique needs to be exchanged with a green jade lot in the sky." Li Qingshan smiled and accepted it calmly. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Wan Yaozhu looked at him with great interest. She did not expect that he would immediately start to comprehend it. Although this fractal shadowization technique was only a Dao technique, it was not easy for a layman to master it freely. After a while, Li Qingshan opened his eyes. His nascent soul flashed, and a faint silhouette emerged from his body. It was like an invisible shadow, full of qi. Wan Yaozu was surprised. You really didn't know the cloning technique before? I know a thing or two, just a thing or two. Li Qingshan answered vaguely. Although moon reflection wasn't a spell but an innate ability, it was far beyond the reach of this phantasm technique. This clone is really weak. I'm afraid it won't be able to do any hard work. It's better not to have it. He sensed that this shadow clone couldn't be too far away from him and was very weak. It didn't even have 1% of his strength. This was to be expected. Although the myriad sex spells were mysterious, this was after all the human world. All spells were restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. You don't know, but most of the work in the herb garden doesn't require a lot of power, but it requires exquisite cooperation. Wan Yaoju smiled and took out a jade scroll. This is some of my experiences. You'll understand after reading it. Nine-colored deer sighed. Hey, softwood, you're really generous. Kid, if it wasn't for the fact that you helped us win, I wouldn't have let you see this jade scroll for nothing. I understand now. Every spirit herb has a different spirituality and radiates different qi. They affect each other and even restrain each other. It contains the principle of the 5 elements reinforcing and restraining each other. The Tao of Yin and Yang's changes requires a deep understanding of the laws involved and the overall situation at all times to be able to do this job well. Li Qingshan skimmed through it and understood. Although the spirit qi in this 100-herb garden was dense, the spirit herbs planted were too densely packed after all. The green dragon bamboo hated metal the most, but the sharp-tooth grass needed to be fertilized with iron slag. The golden leaf Bodhi tree beside him had roots that covered the entire hill. There was no room for any other plants to grow. As for some plants, they couldn't get close to humans, so they had to use their clones. Furthermore, many plants and vegetation are extremely dangerous, even to cultivators. If they aren't careful and are poisoned, their lives will be in danger. I don't know how many doppelgangers you can create. This will determine the efficiency of your job, as well as your pay. Wan Yaoju saw that he had comprehended the fractal shadow technique so quickly. He wanted to test his methods. Let me try. Li Qingshan's interest was also piqued. He closed his eyes again. Activating his nascent soul, his mind divided into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and so on and so forth. He used the fractal shadow technique. Wan Yaoju saw shadows walk out from Li Qingshan's body. In a short while, there were more than 100 shadows under the tree. She was also surprised. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators could create 12 to 20 doppelgangers. That was already a lot. She thought, the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon has always been known for its transformations. Could it be that the Heavenly Book of Freedom has a special effect on this technique? Senior Martial Sister, are there enough doppelgangers? Li Qingshan didn't think that there was anything great about it. These shadow doppelgangers were all weak. Even if they were added together, they wouldn't be as strong as a mirror doppelganger. They could only be used for farm work. Of course there are more doppelgangers. The more doppelgangers you have, the more spirit herbs you can take care of. But can you control so many doppelgangers? There doesn't seem to be a problem. With a thought from Li Qingshan, all of the shadow doppelgangers moved. First, they lined up neatly like an army. Then, they stacked on top of each other until they reached the depths of the tree. In the end, they scattered again. It was a mess. Wan Yaoju originally thought that he couldn't control them, but she saw these doppelgangers. Some were hunched like old men, some were arrogant like generals. They imitated the appearance of all living beings and had a lot of fun. She couldn't help but sigh at the vastness of the world. There really were many unparalleled geniuses. However, Li Qingshan said, I've only just grasped the basics of the Heavenly Book of Freedom. My comprehension of this technique isn't too deep either. Otherwise, I would be able to create even more doppelgangers. Furthermore, the spirit turtle transformation was also suppressed to the 4th layer. Otherwise, the number and agility of the doppelgangers would be even greater. I'll take you to get the tools. Wan Yaoju shook her head. She no longer doubted whether he had the ability to do this job well. Even she did not have this ability when she was at the same cultivation realm back then. He was basically sent by the heavens to help him take care of the 100-herb garden. They arrived in a valley. There were many large storehouses here. Along the way, Wan Yaoju rode the deer in front while Li Qingshan walked behind her. There were over 100 shadow doppelgangers following behind them. It was like they were on a parade, attracting the attention of everyone. Wan Yaoju thought about it and opened a storehouse. There were not farming tools like hoes and scissors inside, but puppets arranged neatly. Some were large, some were small, some were metal, some were wood. They all varied in appearance. There were some special spiritual herbs that even the doppelgangers were unable to approach. They needed special puppets. Can you split your consciousness and control some puppets? What's so difficult about that? Li Qingshan smiled. In that instant, his soul sense spread out, and half of the puppets in the storehouse actually began to move. However, their movements were rather stiff, not as smooth as when he controlled the shadow doppelgangers. This caused Wan Yaoju to be incomparably shocked. She hurriedly said, all right. There's no need for so much. I already know your level. I can arrange a job for you. Li Qingshan also heaved a sigh of relief. This was also the limit for him. However, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied. There was always a feeling of emptiness, as if he had only used 40 to 50% of his strength, or even 2 to 3% of it. Regardless of whether it was the Book of Freedom or the Qilin longevity strategy, they were only at the entry level. In fact, they couldn't even be considered entry level. This dragged down the other fiend god transformations by a level. The key was that he had not undergone the fourth heavenly tribulation. He was clearly only one step away, yet he was stuck here. However, he was not in a hurry. He had already vaguely seen a glimmer of hope. This 100-herb garden was very suitable for cultivating the Qilin transformation, and the Book of Freedom was also deeply in line with his temperament. No matter which one he broke through, he would undergo the fourth heavenly tribulation. And once he crossed the step, the sea and the sky would be wide open, and his cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. This was already the final dormancy. That glimmer of hope was precisely from the opened door of the path of the 9 heavens. In the vast sea and sky, there would definitely be storms and thunder. When he thought that in the future, he might not have the opportunity to stay in such a beautiful garden and enjoy such peaceful and quiet time. Even he felt a little emotional. Senior sister. I will remember your kindness. Li Qingshan's eyes were burning. Wan Yaoju was stunned for a moment. That gaze was full of cherishing, but it had nothing to do with love. It gave her a strange feeling. Although he was right in front of her, she had a feeling that she could not touch him, as if he could fly away at any time. As long as you work hard, it will be considered as repaying me. P.S. I've been working hard these few days. Every day, I walked down from the 16th floor and climbed back up. In between, I skipped 2,000 times. My arms seem to have improved a little. Nothing can stop us, right? This month, I won't write a speech asking for votes. Everyone, vote as you see fit. Finally, I'll send the first sentence of a novel that I like very much. Kilimanjaro is a mountain with an altitude of 19,710 feet. It is covered with snow all year round. It is said to be the highest mountain in Africa. The West High Peak is called the Maasai's Ochioyi, or God's Temple. Near the West High Peak, there is the already dried and frozen corpse of a leopard. No one has ever explained what the leopard was looking for in such a cold place. Chapter 1396. Of course. The two looked at each other and smiled. In this 100-herb garden, there was a tacit understanding between them. Cultivators met strangers and helped each other, but there was no need to love each other, because it was better to forget each other in Jianghu. Senior Sister Wan, this is? A voice broke the peaceful atmosphere. The two of them looked back and saw a man floating over. His long black hair was tied with a headband, and he wore a sky-blue robe that fluttered in the wind. In his right hand was a scroll of poetry, and he looked like a refined and handsome scholar. Wan Yaoju's smile immediately disappeared, and she returned to her dull expression. Junior Brother Shen, this is Li Qingshan, Junior Brotherly. He just joined Wanxiang sect and will be working in 100 Herb Garden. Oh, then I'd like to ask for guidance. Shen Yushu's clear eyes swept over the badge on Li Qingshan's chest, and then the many shadows, just entered the sect and already an official disciple. He must be the first in the entrance exam. Junior brother Li's cultivation is indeed extraordinary. No wonder you can gain senior sister Ruan's favor. Li Qingshan immediately felt a subtle hostility, purely from the instinct of a male animal. He thought, it seems that no matter how high one's cultivation is, it is difficult for humans to transcend animal instincts. Eating, drinking, men and women, human desires. Even immortals need to take bait, eat pills, eat spirits, and drink qi. It seems that the way of eating is impossible. The feelings between men and women are also the same. This guy is obviously Ruan Yaoju's pursuer. But Ruan Yaozhu obviously did not need a pursuer, and he had no intention of becoming one of her pursuers. Otherwise, he would be a bit embarrassed if she treated him so well. He cupped his hands and said, I still have not asked for senior brother Shen's name? Shen Yushu. Shen Yushu bowed slightly in a refined and courteous manner, but that was the courtesy of a superior to a subordinate, the modesty of a noble young master to a village man. The badge on his chest symbolizing the status of an inner disciple shone brightly under the sunlight. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes. Even though he had no intentions towards Ruan Yaoju, his competitive spirit was aroused. He thought again, forget it, if he is always so competitive, when will he be able to cultivate the Qilin transformation? In any case, Ruan Yaoju is not interested in him, so why should I be jealous? In other words, if Ruan Yaoju was really interested in this Shen Yushu, he might not be able to hold himself back from making a move. He laughed and said, good name. Senior Marshal Brother Shen, it's my first time here. Please take care of me in the future. Well said, well said. I'm the one in charge of all the chores in the 100 Herb Garden. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. I'll definitely tell you everything I know. Shen Yushu said very generously and turned to Ruan Yaozu to complain, Senior sister, why did you come to such a messy place? Leave these trivial matters to me. I'll let junior apprentice brother Li take care of the area 15 kilometers around the gold leaf Bodhi tree. I'm going to cultivate. Ruan Yaowu only spoke a few words before the 9-colored deer's hind hooves kicked off and flew away, leaving behind Li Qingshan and Shen Yushu to look at each other in dismay. Once Ruan Yaoju left, Shen Yushu's expression immediately became a bit more reserved. Junior brother Li, have you done similar work before? This job is not as easy as you think. Do you know what I'm thinking? Li Qingshan took out the posture of a phoenix and was even more reserved than him. No. In a split second, the two men were like two male peacocks spreading their tails. Shen Yushu frowned imperceptibly. The Wanxiang sect's middle class was very clear. A mere disciple who had just entered the sect would not be able to defeat him. If it was another place, he could even find a reason to teach him a lesson. However, this was Ruan Yaoju's 100 Herb Garden. Junior apprentice brotherly, the 100 Herb Garden is the foundation of Wanxiang sect. Every flower and leaf here is the result of senior sister Ruan's painstaking efforts. If you don't handle it properly, the consequences will be unthinkable. Some careless disciples not only didn't get any benefits in the 100 Herb Garden, but instead had many merits deducted and a large number of bookmarks deducted. Some were even punished. They were directly kicked out of Wanxiang sect. Li Qingshan said, please be at ease, senior apprentice brother. I will slowly explore. Shen Yushu laughed, all right then, you can slowly explore it. He turned around and left, thinking, truly a reckless man who doesn't know what's good for him. The work in the 100 Herb Garden is exquisite and complicated. When you make a mistake, let's see how you explain yourself. Senior sister Ruan can't blame me for not warning you. Li Qingshan stood in place and thought for a bit. He shook his head and laughed. He didn't take it to heart and started to look for tools and fertilizer in the storehouse. There were dozens of plants in a 10-li radius around the golden leaf Bodhi tree. Each had different characteristics and needed different care. However, with the jade slip Wan Yaoju gave him and the spirit turtle's powerful analysis and deduction ability, he didn't find it troublesome. In the lake in the depths of the 100-herb garden, there was a secluded cave. Wan Yaoju sat on the stone bed and sighed. Junior apprentice brother Qin is becoming more and more unreasonable. Qin Yushu's thoughts were very clear. It was just that he had been carefully concealing it for 100 years and worked very hard. She couldn't act out just because of other people's thoughts. However, as his cultivation got higher and higher these years, gradually approaching the 5th heavenly tribulation, he almost became the housekeeper of the 100-herb garden. His thoughts became clear, making her a little unhappy. Not far away, a green vine-hanging basket swayed back and forth. A pair of slender jade legs hung down. Her snow-white skin had gorgeous and elegant patterns. Her calves swayed lightly. Can't be helped. He also cultivates the heavenly book of nature. He can help you save a lot of trouble and focus on cultivation. Pretend you didn't see it. Hee, who told you to be so charming? Wan Yaoju felt a little strange. Then why are you so harsh to junior apprentice brotherly? Whether it was the time they knew each other, status, cultivation, or even sincerity, Li Qingshan couldn't be compared to Qin Yushu. The hanging basket suddenly stopped and a young girl jumped down. She was naked and her snow-white body seemed to be shrouded in rainbows. A pair of gentle deer eyes were embedded on her beautiful face. She stared at Wan Yaoju and said, "This isn't harsh. He is very dangerous. Believe me, stay away from him. A guy who cultivates the unrestrained heavenly devil path is definitely not a good person." Wan Yaoju seemed to not hear it and propped up her chin. If junior apprentice brother Li can cross the 4th heavenly tribulation with the Qilin bloodline, he might be able to replace junior apprentice brother Chen's position. He is really too annoying right now. Look, what did I say? The 9-colored young girl supported her forehead with her hand and had a helpless expression as if she was looking at her own daughter who was about to be seduced by this bad boy. She put her hands on her waist and righteously said, "If that boy dares to have any disloyal thoughts towards you, immediately drive him out of the 100-herb garden. There is no room for discussion." "All right, can you put on some clothes?" "I don't want to." Li Qingshan didn't hurry to get to work. Instead, he strolled in the field. Sometimes he sniffed a flower and sometimes he touched a tree. He was like a tiger patrolling its territory, wanting to leave its scent everywhere. Now that he personally experienced it, he felt the extraordinariness of this 100-herb garden even more. Every exotic flower and rare grass had their own living environment, but they were all gathered in this small, 100-herb garden, thriving together. When he thought about it carefully, it was simply an inconceivable matter. This 100-herb garden was simply like a complete life form, and also like the crystallization of the entire nature, extremely perfect and exquisite. In the end, who designed all of this? Spirit Venerable Gui Hai, who was good at deduction, the 2 mysterious sect masters, or the Tianshu elder who was above the 9 heavens? Qin Yushu looked at him from afar and thought that he was at a loss. Arrogant person, let's see what you can do. Obediently come and beg me. Unknowingly, Li Qingshan arrived in front of a clump of sharp toothgrass. These bone-white slender blades of grass were indeed as sharp as teeth. They were dense and slender like a forest, and they even emitted a strange fragrance. It wasn't the fragrance of flowers, but it instead made him think of the taste of the human heart. It was rich and tempting, and he couldn't help but walk closer. Qin Yushu sneered in his heart. "Idiot, the sharp-toothed grass feeds on flesh and blood. Once it gets close, it will suddenly grow and launch an attack. This clump of sharp-toothed grass has been planted for tens of thousands of years. Rashly approaching it, even a gold core cultivator's life would be in danger. If you don't know what's good for you, you will suffer." The sharp-toothed grass suddenly grew crazily, reaching a length of more than 10 jang, and they all rushed towards Li Qingshan. However, the sharp-toothed grass gently twined around Li Qingshan's body without the slightest bit of fierceness. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and it slowly shrank back to its original state. Qin Yushu was stunned. What's going on? Chapter 1397. In an instant, the entire world had changed. Originally, in his eyes, those flowers and plants were all the same. It was just that they were a little bigger, and I was a little smaller, you were a little redder, and I was a little greener. Now, even if it was the same species of flowers and trees, because of the length of years, the difference in time, and the color of the petals, there were clear differences. Even if they all had one nose and two eyes, there were still thousands of people with thousands of faces, and there was absolutely no mistake. One could even see their respective temperaments and everything they had experienced from these faces. This was no longer a lonely wilderness, but a bustling human world. The sharp-fanged grass in front of him was like a group of bloodthirsty soldiers, longing for the nourishment of flesh and blood, but now they longed for metal powder to maintain their weapons. The black fir tree not far away was like an old man who had run from the cold to the tropics, troubled by the heat here. And those bright and beautiful three-leafed flame flowers were the exact opposite, complaining that this place was too cold. There was no need to carefully observe or judge according to the atlas books. When Li Qingshan walked past them, he would hear all kinds of complaints and requests. Li Qingshan curled his lips, so troublesome. With his hands behind his back, he turned around and walked back to the hill, sitting down under the golden-leafed Bodhi tree. Shen Yushu laughed in his heart. How is it you don't know where to start? At the same time, Wan Yaozhu was also observing him and couldn't help but worry if he was competent for this job. The nine-colored deer said, "Don't worry, this kid has the Qilin bloodline, the jade slip you gave him, and so many clones, how can he not do it?" Shen Yushu is going to be disappointed. Wan Yaozhu smiled. Qilin. I have never seen it with my own eyes, but I heard that all living beings will feel close to them, especially beasts, especially deer. So what? We have spirituality precisely to surpass our instincts. Wan Yaozhu touched her lips and smiled. So you deliberately criticized him a little more to balance this instinct? None of your business. After Li Qingshan investigated the situation of the people, he did not immediately start work. Instead, he continued to comprehend the unfettered heavenly book, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The nascent soul in his body gradually solidified, becoming more and more like him. With a thought, his nascent soul flew into the small world in his body. In an instant, it was as if heaven and earth had just been born. In this world formed by earth, fire, wind, and water, there was originally only heartless plants. But now, there was an additional little person who opened his clear eyes and looked up at the sky. His eyes met with Li Qingshan's. At the same time, he saw himself. From this moment on, this world finally had meaning. This change surprised Li Qingshan, and he immediately activated the 9 transformations of demons and gods. With the world as the cradle and heaven and earth as the furnace, he would nurture and train this little person. There was sunshine, rain, and dew. There was also wind, frost, rain, and snow. This little person's heart was mixed with bitterness and joy. He had to be vigilant in times of peace. One had to find joy in bitterness. He grew up alone in this small world. From crawling all over the ground, he gradually grew up, and then he began to learn how to walk. Every day, every moment, there were new changes. Li Qingshan was activating the 9 transformations of demons and gods and the Book of Freedom at the same time. They were originally 2 completely different cultivation systems, but at this moment, there was a surprising compatibility. He used the small world to nourish the nascent soul, and at the same time, he used the nascent soul to feed back to the small world. This was especially true for nascent souls. The benefits they received were simply too great. The small world was already far beyond Li Qingshan's current level, and it had extraordinary power. At this moment, he was using all the accumulation of the 9 transformations of demons and gods to support the cultivation of the Book of Freedom. Coupled with the rich spirit qi and the 100-herb garden, the nascent soul grew at a rapid pace. No matter how strong a nascent soul was, it would always look like a baby, as clear as a newborn, curled up in a mother's belly. Only after going through 4 heavenly tribulations would the nascent soul and soul formation stage change. However, Li Qingshan's nascent soul was really growing, turning into the appearance of a 3- or 4-year-old child. Perhaps it was influenced by the various transformations of demons and gods, or perhaps the Book of Freedom was unusual in the first place. The expression on the child's face changed, as if shrouded in a layer of mist. He stood on the ground with his hands down, as if he had been standing there since ancient times, bearing the sorrow, joy, and anger of all humans. There were no spells in the unfettered heavenly tome, only pure Tao. This Tao was different from the ordinary Tao of cultivation. It was neither a pure heart and few desires, nor was it a supreme forgetfulness of emotions. Instead, it required extreme emotions and desires, to love more deeply, to hate more wildly, to be more furious, and to be more sorrowful than mortals. Love causes life, hate causes death. Anger destroys heaven and earth, sorrow causes the whole world to cry. Because the Dharma understood impermanence, it sought emptiness in all 4 directions. Because it saw the world as a house of fire, as a sea of bitterness, it wanted to transcend, reach the other shore, and save the common people. If someone didn't seek the other shore, but willingly danced in the sea of bitterness, it would be the Tao of the devil. If someone understood impermanence, but didn't seek detachment, compassion, or save the common people, but instead turned into impermanence, mocking the common people, only seeking freedom, it would be the sky demon. The Tao of the sky demon was the Tao of impermanence. After Li Qingshan understood this, his nascent soul grew again, becoming closer to the appearance of a 7- or 8-year-old, becoming more and more stable. Unknowingly, he was completely immersed in cultivation, forgetting the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, 49 days had passed. The responsible field that Wan Yaoju gave him was left unattended. Although the 100-herb garden was full of spiritual energy and had its own great circulation, and the exotic flowers and plants had strong vitality, so they wouldn't die, it was inevitable that they would become wilted and sparse. One had to know that even if the growth of spiritual plants slowed down a little, it would be a huge loss, let alone in this kind of situation. Shen Yushu came to report to Wan Yaoju several times, wanting to drive Li Qingshan out of the 100-herb garden. Wan Yaoju, on the other hand, used the excuse of cultivating in seclusion and refused to see him. The cultivators working in the 100-herb garden discussed spiritedly. The tranquil and peaceful atmosphere was affected, and under Shen Yushu's instigation, some people became even more indignant. They could only cultivate for a while after working hard every day and enjoy some of the benefits of the 100-herb garden. If they wanted to concentrate on cultivating for a while, they would have to ask someone to help look after it, and they would have to return it later. Who would sit under the golden leaf Bodhi tree for dozens of days, not doing any work at all? They were prepared to jointly write a petition to drive away this pest, Li Qingshan, after Wan Yaoju came out of seclusion. Li Qingshan didn't know that he had already become the target of public criticism, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. To him, this was just sharpening the knife will not delay the work of cutting firewood. As his nascent soul stabilized, he clearly understood the path of the unfettered heavenly book. Since there were 3,000 great Taos, there were endless spells. The spells derived from the Tao of unfettered included the art of charm, the art of bewitching, the art of flight, the art of transformation, and so on. Learning to use this type of spell would have a very strong effect. And this art of shadow splitting happened to be one of the spells he was most proficient in. In addition to the increase in his cultivation, with a thought, layers upon layers of illusions appeared around him, and they were no longer vague human figures. Not only were they condensed, but their appearances were also clear, very similar to his original body. Their movements were sharp and light, far from what mortals could reach. Chapter 1398. In the middle of the herb garden, there was a small village surrounded by mountains. The pavilions and terraces were extremely elegant, and the small bridges and flowing water added to the scenery. Rather than calling it a village, it was more like a large manor. This was the place where the cultivators of the 100 Herb Garden rested and communicated. Usually, they worked in the fields that they were responsible for. When they were free, they would come here for a small gathering. Under the pavilion, Shinyushu stood facing the water. Sounds of discussion came from behind him. I wonder what is the background of that Li Qingshan? Why is senior sister Wan so biased towards him? What nonsense are you talking about? Senior sister has always been impartial. How could she be biased? Could senior sister be a descendant of the Bailu country? No matter who he is, this is too much. At the very least, you should entrust a good job before you cultivate. I passed by that place a few days ago and saw that the 3-leafed bright flame flowers were almost wilting. This won't do. We must write a joint petition to kick this brat out. This is for the sake of the 100 Herb Garden. Without exception, these people were all disciples who had just arrived. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the right to talk about another disciple who had just arrived. At this moment, the crowd was enraged, and they all requested Shinyushu to take the lead and drive Li Qingshan out of the 100 Herb Garden. The corners of Shinyushu's lips slightly rose as he turned around. Junior brothers and junior sisters, please calm down. That Li Qingshan's actions are obvious to everyone. Perhaps he didn't do it on purpose. I believe senior sister Wan will give everyone an explanation. Not everyone is suitable to work in the 100 Herb Garden. Senior brother Shin is too magnanimous. He must have done it on purpose. Senior Marshal brother Shin is a gentleman, but you're gauging the heart of a lowly person with your own eyes. Senior sister Wan is in seclusion right now, and we don't know when she will come out. We can't let this kid ruin the 100 Herb Garden. Since senior sister Wan is not here, senior brother is in charge of the 100 Herb Garden. Why don't we join hands to take him down now and throw him out of the 100 Herb Garden? Shinyushu repeatedly waved his hands. I am indebted to all the junior brothers and junior sisters for their kindness. I only stayed in the 100 Herb Garden for a few more days. How could he have crossed the line and done such a thing? Senior Marshal brother, please don't decline. This was all for the sake of the Herb Garden. When senior sister Wan comes out of seclusion, we'll ask for her forgiveness together. Shinyushu declined again. This 100 Herb Garden does not allow fights of magic. If he fights back and injures many flowers and trees, what should we do then? Senior brother, you're putting that kid in your eyes too much. If that kid dares to make a move, then it's his fault. Besides, with senior brother's cultivation, dealing with a lucky disciple who has just entered the sect should be a piece of cake. Why would you need to fight? Shinyushu muttered to himself irresolutely for a long time before letting out a long sigh. All right then. He bowed towards the east 3 times. This one has a duty to fulfill. I ask for senior sister's forgiveness. If there was anything wrong, go ahead and ask for instructions. After waiting for a while, there was no sound. Shinyushu smiled in his heart. That boy's actions most likely infuriated her. She has always regarded the flowers and plants in this 100 Herb Garden as extremely important. It's just that she didn't want to lose face, so she couldn't do anything about it. Me chasing that brat out might be what she wanted. With a wave of his sleeves, he said, "Let's go. Junior brothers and sisters, please be my witnesses." The group of people rode the clouds and rode the mist, flying through the air towards the gold leaf Bodhi tree. In the evening rain, the gold leaf Bodhi tree still shone brilliantly. In the distance, many figures could be seen moving in the forest below the hill. They seemed to be working. So many people? Aren't they doppelgangers? Would I not be able to distinguish between doppelgangers and people? Besides, how could there be so many doppelgangers? Shinyushu frowned. Could it be that someone had come to help him? But he felt that it wasn't very likely. In this 100 Herb Garden, even the attending disciples didn't dare to disobey his orders, not to mention those study companions and attendants. When he got closer, his eyes suddenly widened. Those figures were actually doppelgangers. But their bodies were too similar to real people, even their faces could be clearly distinguished. The figures were working in the forest, some fertilizing and some watering, working together with tacit understanding. Apart from the doppelgangers, there were actually more than 10 puppets. A red puppet spewed fire from its mouth, watering a cluster of three-leafed bright flame flowers. The petals unfolded in the flames without a hint of wilting. The rest of the puppets also had their own functions. They were operated as if they were alive. The cultivators behind were also shocked. They really are doppelgangers. How can he have so many doppelgangers? There are so many puppets. That consumes a lot of spiritual sense, but he can actually control them to such an extent. How did he do it? What cultivation level is he at? Is he really a nascent soul cultivator? If he went through 4 heavenly tribulations, wouldn't he have even more doppelgangers? And look at his work, it's so meticulous. He's practically a veteran among veterans. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like he hasn't done it before. For a moment, all the anger and dissatisfaction turned into indescribable surprise. Chen Yushu frowned, suddenly feeling a great threat. This was no longer just a matter of vying for justice, but also related to his status in the 100 Herb Garden. In these years, there were also many inner disciples who worked in the 100 Herb Garden, but he found ways to push them out. He had the advantage of the heavenly book of nature. Other people, even if they had the same cultivation level, couldn't compete with him. In the end, he discovered that he couldn't get as many benefits here, so he might as well do other work. The contribution bookmarks that the 100 Herb Garden could provide were all given out together by the Myriad Appearance sect and then distributed by Wan Yaoju, the master of the 100 Herb Garden, according to work. Chen Yushu had obtained a lot of benefits from it over the years. That was why he could increase his cultivation level so quickly, approaching 5 heavenly tribulations. If it was said that he only had some thoughts about Wan Yaoju, then he would succeed if he couldn't. But this kind of resource was the root of his life that he absolutely couldn't give up. It was directly related to his cultivation path, so he absolutely couldn't let anyone threaten him. Rumble, 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 muffled thunder flashed in the clouds, crushing this part of the sky that wasn't that big. Chen Yushu shouted sternly, "Li Qingshan." Li Qingshan was leisurely lying on the bamboo mat with his arms as a pillow. Hearing this, he didn't get up and lazily said, "What's the matter?" Chen Yushu floated down and walked forward. Changing his usual modest and gentlemanly appearance, he said in a harsh tone, "Do you know your crime? What crime have I committed? You've neglected your duties and slacked off these past few days. Isn't that a crime?" The bottom of the hill was full of busy doppelgangers, so these words couldn't help but be a bit strange. Everyone knew that this time, Chen Yushu was really going to turn hostile, so they all kept their mouths shut. If Li Qingshan had continued to slack off, or if he had made a terrible mess and was willing to lower his head and admit defeat, Chen Yushu might have spared him. However, given the current situation, he had made up his mind to chase him out of the 100 Herb Garden no matter what. Li Qingshan smiled, "Are you blind? AI, this mouth of mine, why is it so disobedient?" Everyone was shocked. The middle class of the Myriad Appearance sect was very clear. Even if they were of the same cultivation level, when a disciple who had just entered the hall saw a disciple who had just entered the hall, they had to bow in greeting, not to mention a disciple whose cultivation level was lower by a large realm. They didn't expect that this Li Qingshan would be so arrogant and bold, cursing as soon as he opened his mouth. Chen Yushu's expression changed, but he suppressed his anger. This matter was a bit over the line, so he had to do it beautifully. He coldly said, "Working hard now, don't you think it's too late?" Li Qingshan picked his ear and lightly blew at it. "What does it have to do with you?" "AI, forget it, let it be. As long as it's happy, it's fine." Chen Yushu couldn't bear it anymore and angrily shouted, "Audacious. You, a disciple who has just entered the hall, dare to be rude to a disciple who has just entered the hall. Not only is this dereliction of duty, it's also rebelling against your superiors. Originally, I wanted to drive you out of the 100 Herb Garden, but now I have to send you to the Punishment Bureau for trial." "I can't go to the Punishment Bureau." Li Qingshan smiled. Lang Yuan didn't like him, so wouldn't he be sending himself to his door? "This isn't up to you." Chen Yushu summoned a 9-segment green bamboo cane, and like a bolt of lightning, he pointed it at the space between Li Qingshan's eyebrows. Li Qingshan lazily got up, and with a casual grab, the 9-segment green bamboo cane fell into his hand. With a forceful thrust, it hit Chen Yushu's chest with a speed faster than before. Chen Yushu flew down the hill, and the sound of bones breaking could be faintly heard. Chen Yushu's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Relying on his higher cultivation level, he thought he could easily take down Li Qingshan, but he didn't expect that it would be like this. Only then did the crowd of cultivators react, and they were all stunned. The one who flew out was senior brother Chen? How is this possible? There is a large realm difference between them, so how come the situation seems to be reversed? Some people also noticed that the hundreds of clones and more than 10 puppets were still working in an orderly manner, not the slightest bit affected. Chapter 1399. Under the golden leaf Bodhi tree, Li Qingshan stood upright, looking in all directions. After a period of cultivation, he had completely adapted to the laws of the human world. Even if it was suppressed, power was still power. Human cultivators had never been known for their valiant physiques. If Chen Yushu had used his spells from a distance, perhaps he could still fight, but to actually directly use his bamboo cane to strike, and even underestimate the enemy, he was simply asking to be humiliated. Within 10 steps, he could defeat a country. Even the Hui Long, who had the body of a true dragon, did not dare to underestimate him. Not to mention a stinky gardener who cultivated the natural heavenly book, had a weak physique, and was not good at fighting. Li Qingshan, you dare to attack senior. Chen Yushu soared into the air and pointed his halberd at Li Qingshan. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and green light flowed on his body. In the blink of an eye, his injuries were healed, but his face was still red from shame and anger. Who do you think you are to be my senior? If we were not in Herb Garden, you would already be a dead man. Scram before I get angry. Li Qingshan impatiently waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. Good, good, good. Today, I will clean up for Herb Garden and Myriad Sect. In spirit leaving body. Chen Yushu shouted and a green shadow appeared behind him. It had the same appearance as him, but it had a trace of majesty and a feeling of floating like an immortal. Human cultivators transforming their nascent souls into deities was the first step on the path of immortals. There was a qualitative difference between them and nascent soul cultivators. He raised his hands and green light condensed. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, illuminating the drizzling night rain. A green robe floated in the air. It was obvious that he was going to use an amazing spell. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Li Qingshan shook his head. He felt the bamboo cane in his hand tremble and wanted to fly away. He could feel that this was a good magic treasure, but it was not a qualified weapon. At least, it was not born to fight and kill, but more like a tool. He grabbed both ends and bent them. The bamboo cane immediately bent like a bow. It did not break, but it still made waves. What do you want to do? Stop right now. You dared to destroy my magic treasure. I will not let you off. Chen Yushu's complexion changed greatly. This 9-segment green bamboo cane was his natal magic weapon. Not only was it not easy to obtain, but it also cost him a large amount of green jade lots. It had been with him for many years. A small part of the reason why he was able to thrive in the 100 Herb Garden was because of this 9-segment green bamboo cane. If it was broken, not only would he lose his bookmark, but his Een spirit would also be damaged. It might even affect his cultivation. The Tao of Slaughter. It was a fight to the death. Massacring cities and destroying countries, there was nothing he wouldn't do. He didn't even care about his life. Why should I cherish a walking stick? If you don't have the determination to bet your life on it, don't start a fight. Li Qingshan couldn't help but laugh. He didn't care and continued to exert force. AI, Junior Brotherly, stop. Wan Yaozhu walked out from behind the golden leaf Bodhi tree and walked past Li Qingshan. He casually took the 9-segment green bamboo cane and tossed it back to Chen Yushu. Chen Yushu felt as if he had been pardoned. Senior sister, you saw it, you don't need to say anything, I saw it all. Wan Yaozhu didn't look at him and directly interrupted him. She said with an unquestionable tone, disperse. Shen Yushu felt extremely wronged and said, "But senior sister, this kid is lazy, rebellious, and rude. How can this kind of person stay in the 100 Herb Garden?" Wan Yaozhu ignored them and only said to the visiting disciples, "I hired you to work in the 100 Herb Garden, not for you to uphold justice. Please do your own things. If something like this happens again, leave the 100 Herb Garden." "Yes, senior sister." Everyone loudly responded, not daring to disobey. This kind of safe, stable, and beneficial job was hard to come by in the entire Myriad Appearance sect. Who would be willing to be expelled from the 100 Herb Garden? Besides, after seeing Li Qingshan's performance, the injustice in their hearts also disappeared. This proved that Wan Yaozhu's vision was indeed not wrong. Even if they didn't want to admit it, this kind of method was definitely worth several of them. Shen Yushu's intentions were a bit suspicious. Only Shen Yushu's expression fluctuated. He was silent, as if he was very unconvinced. Wan Yaozhu looked over and saw Shen Yushu descending from the sky. He lowered his head and cupped his hands. "Yes, senior sister." Li Qingshan looked over Wan Yaozhu's shoulder and saw everyone bowing their heads. She was by no means an astute and powerful person. On the contrary, she was usually too gentle and too wooden. But at this moment, she unexpectedly had a kind of arrogant and imposing manner. After all, in the path of cultivation, cultivation was the most practical. A human emperor was a cut above others, and a modest and benevolent monarch was still a monarch. Wan Yaozhu waved her hand, and everyone dispersed. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Thanks." Wan Yaozhu returned to her senses and pursed her lips as she stared at him. Li Qingshan said, "Are you angry?" "Sorry, I shouldn't have cultivated for so many days. I didn't think it would take so long in the beginning. Not because of this." "Oh, then blame me for hitting the Shen Yushu." But he was the one who made the first move. Li Qingshan raised both of his hands. "But I'm still sorry. I shouldn't have caused trouble in your territory. It's also not because of this. Junior brother Shen has a selfish motive, so he wanted to find trouble with you. Even if you didn't make a move, I wouldn't have let him harm a hair on you." Li Qingshan was stunned, then why? Wan Yaozhu repeated word by word, "The path of fighting and killing, you die and I live. Massacring cities and exterminating countries, stopping at nothing." Only now did Li Qingshan understand that her dissatisfaction with him was actually because of one sentence. He thought to himself, "Women are really troublesome. But who asked this woman to treat me so well?" He could only spread his hands. "I'm just saying, but this is reality. I can understand that you cultivate the heavenly book of freedom and want to walk the path of freedom." Wan Yaozhu said, "But I don't want you to become that kind of person who stops at nothing, or else I will loathe you." Li Qingshan frowned and didn't back down anymore. He looked straight into her eyes. "What if I am that kind of person? What if I didn't just say these words, but also did them? I've already said that not everyone is as lucky as you to be able to live a clean and innocent life in this kind of place. Do you know how many battles I went through to be able to stand in front of you? I don't want to deceive you. If you loathe someone like me, feel free to chase me out of the 100 Herb Garden. But I will still do my best to repay your kindness." He could apologize for anything, as long as the person was worthy of his gentle treatment. However, the existence of Tao must be upheld, no matter who that person was. If someone questioned him with words, he would refute with words. If someone tried to stop him with actions, he would break it with his fists. Wan Yaozhu took half a step back and let out a long sigh. "Isn't standing here enough?" "Of course not." Li Qingshan smiled, dispelling the heavy atmosphere. "At least I want to be on equal footing with you, or let you call me senior brother." Wan Yaozhu said angrily, "You wish." She then said seriously, "I don't know what you have experienced, but I will do my best to persuade you to do good. Even if you are unhappy, I will still say it, because I believe you don't want to be a bad person." Chapter 1400. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback. Then he laughed out loud, his laughter echoing in the rain. He was extremely happy. He set off towards beyond the 9 heavens. Along the way, it was not just for a promise, but also for meeting such a cute girl on the way. I'm willing to listen to senior sister's teachings. Wan Yaoju said, don't laugh. There will be times when you'll be frustrated. Li Qingshan smiled. Since I've come to the human realm, my greatest fortune is meeting you. Even if I'm a little frustrated, I can only endure it. Same to you. Wan Yaoju could not help but avert her gaze, avoiding his burning gaze. She looked back at the many clones and puppets plowing in the fields. Maybe I should give you some more work. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. I couldn't ask for more. As a result, his responsible field expanded from a radius of 5 kilometers to a radius of 50 kilometers. It expanded by 25 times, and he was never disturbed again. He did not let Wan Yaoju down. With the powerful deduction ability of the spirit turtle transformation and the keen senses of the Qilin transformation, he used the many shadow clones conjured from the heavenly tome of freedom to work hard day and night. Not only did he complete the basic work, but he also did everything he could to stimulate the vitality of all the plants, making them grow more and more vigorous. Another month passed like this. The 100 herb garden entered winter, senior sister. When the first snow fell, the fine snow drifted down and covered the ground. Wan Yaoju arrived on the back of a deer. Li Qingshan was cultivating under the golden leaf Bodhi tree. He did not feel the flow of time at all. The last time they met seemed like yesterday. In the blink of an eye, he saw Wan Yaoju's smile again. Wan Yaoju looked around and smiled in satisfaction. You've done well. As she said that, she flicked her fingers. The badge on Li Qingshan's chest lit up. He checked with his spiritual sense and was slightly surprised. So many. Wan Yaoju smiled. Originally, your reward should be half contribution and half bookmarks, but I made the decision for you and gave you both contributions. There's also an additional reward. Is this in line with the rules? Don't let Lu Tian find fault with me and say I cheated. Over a month in the human realm. More than a year had already passed in the 5 continents world. Under the operations of Green Towering Mountain and the Banyan Tree King, a city of novelists was rising. It had already caused a wave in the entire world, and countless people had thrown themselves into this cause. Soon, he would be able to bloom and bear fruit, and then he could openly cheat. What Lu Tian? He's your senior brother. When you see me, you must call me senior sister. Do you understand? Wan Yaoju lectured. However, she usually didn't have any majestic aura and still appeared weak and weak. Li Qingshan smiled and said, as the saying goes, there is no father and son in a casino, not to mention brothers and sisters. Wan Yaoju shook her head helplessly. Don't worry, using bookmarks to exchange for contribution points, this is a common practice in the sect. There won't be any problems. I'm just worried that you'll be at a disadvantage. The better the 100 herb garden is managed, the better. The more spirit herbs I supply to the sect, the more contribution points and bookmarks I can get from the myriad nature sect. How can I lose out? That's good. Li Qingshan looked at the 9-colored deer strangely, wondering why she didn't interrupt today. The 9-colored deer raised her head proudly and closed her eyes. After what Wan Yaoju said that day, she decided not to talk to Li Qingshan anymore, but because of Wan Yaoju's unusual appearance when she returned to the cave abode last time, she still wanted to help her master keep an eye on him. Wan Yaoju praised, the Book of Freedom is indeed mysterious. He's actually able to create so many clones while cultivating. It's just a small matter, it's not worth mentioning. Li Qingshan sniggered. During this period of time, his heavenly tome of freedom could be described as progressing rapidly. His soul nascence had become more and more stable, and he had comprehended the cloning shadow transformation technique more and more thoroughly at the same time, which was why he had so many shadow clones. However, the Qilin longevity strategy wasn't on the right track as expected. It was still stuck in a bottleneck and couldn't get out. If it continued like this, he wouldn't wait for the Qilin longevity strategy to reach the first level. He would have to go through the tribulation. Wan Yaoju smiled. If that's the case, then I'll leave this 50-mile radius to you from now on. Li Qingshan was surprised. You don't want me to work and cultivate at the same time? Wan Yaoju shook her head with a smile. Li Qingshan thought for a while and said, give me some time. When I go through the fourth heavenly tribulation, I will have more clones, and then there will be no problem. Wan Yaozhu shook her head again. No. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Then I can only refuse. I can't take care of such a big place. My work and cultivation will all be delayed. Wan Yaozhu looked at his confused and indignant look and found it very interesting. You're too anxious. Why should I be anxious? You're anxious to accumulate contribution points and win the bet. You're anxious to cultivate and improve your cultivation level. It feels like something is forcing you. It's more serious than losing the bet. Shouldn't that be the case? It should be, but you should have heard of more haste, less speed. I only know that 10,000 years is too long. Seize every minute. Oh, you. Do you know why I didn't care when you didn't care about these precious plants and only focused on cultivation? Do you know why I didn't care? Do you know why there are 4 seasons in this herb garden? These 2 questions seemed simple, but Li Qingshan thought for a while and couldn't answer them. Even if Wan Yaozhu was on his side, she could still wake him up or arrange for someone else to help him take care of these plants. Most plants liked the height of summer and would stop growing once winter came. With the mysterious spells of the nature sect, they could completely keep this place in summer. Winter seemed very unnecessary. Didn't we set up this herb garden to cultivate rare plants and provide resources for the sect? Is there any other purpose? Wan Yaozhu reached out and caught a sparkling snowflake. She said with a smile, "That's what you say, but you can't think about it." Li Qingshan said, "Senior Martial Sister, don't keep me in suspense." Senior Martial Sister's long-winded speech will only annoy you. Junior Martial Brother, I'm all ears. The 9-colored deer suddenly coughed twice. Wan Yaozhu said, "You have the Qilin bloodline, so you can feel the heart of the plants and understand their needs. You use water and fertilizer to the extreme and control it to the slightest degree. What's wrong with that? All living beings born in this world must experience hardships in order to grow strong. There must be sunlight, rain, and dew, as well as snow and drought. Plants are intelligent, but they are ignorant and heartless. Besides, even humans, who are the most intelligent of all living beings, if you gave them whatever they wanted, what would they become? At least they'd be fat. When you don't care about them and only care about cultivation, these plants will wither a bit, but in order to obtain nutrients, they will take root even deeper. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, so I don't care. Instead, I'm afraid that you're taking care of them too meticulously, so I increased your workload." "I didn't think you could do this." Li Qingshan sighed. "I didn't think that taking care of them too meticulously would also be a problem." Wan Yaozhu smiled and comforted him. "If it were someone else, I would advise them to take care of these plants carefully, because no matter how meticulous they are, they won't be able to reach your level. But you can do better. Cultivation is the same. It's good to advance bravely, but you can't be too hasty. More haste, less speed. If you're too impatient for results and want to do everything, you won't be able to reach your goal. In more practical terms, even if it's just to use their fruits and leaves to refine pills, it'll be most effective if they grow slowly. Let nature take its course." A light flashed in Li Qingshan's mind, as if it was the first ray of light that pierced through the dark night. He muttered to himself, "Let nature take its course, let nature take its course." I understand. He finally understood why his Qilin strategy of longevity had always been stagnant. It wasn't because he was too evil, but because he was too impatient. All along, he had adhered to the words, "Advance bravely," advancing without fear of hardships and dangers. This spirit had long since fused into his blood, becoming a kind of instinct. The bottleneck of cultivating the Qilin strategy of longevity stemmed from this belief. However, the Qilin transformation was different from other transformations. It wasn't that he wasn't diligent enough. On the contrary, he was too diligent and spent too much energy. If there was a common characteristic among the rare flowers and plants in the 100 Herb Garden, it would be that they grew very slowly. Some spiritual trees didn't even change after more than 10 years. However, he was too impatient. Thus, he did good deeds and accumulated virtue just to be in line with the Qilin's path. Thus, he cultivated diligently, wishing that he could devote all his energy. It was like planting a seed that didn't germinate, so he watered it more and applied more fertilizer. He even couldn't help but dig it up to see if there was a problem with the seed. In the end, things didn't go as he wished. The seed didn't have a problem, but he had a problem. He once heard a story about a hunchback with the surname of Gua who was very good at planting trees. There was never a tree that didn't grow well, and it was very lush. Others couldn't learn it. When someone asked him, he said, "I can't make the tree grow quickly or live long. I'm just following the nature of the tree. I can make the roots stretch out, make the soil firm, and so on." Once the tree was planted, there was no need to care too much and let the tree grow naturally. Others were either too careless or too worried. They would look at the tree in the morning and touch it at night. They would even shake it to see if the roots were deep. If they peeled the bark to see if the tree had dried up, they would kill the tree instead. The Qilin takes pity on the common people. Originally, as long as one had a benevolent heart, he would have the foundation to cultivate the Qilin strategy of longevity. However, he could never become a good person. It was inevitable that he would fall into a dilemma. The more he wanted to be in line with the Qilin's path, the more he would deviate from the Qilin's path. The Qilin's path didn't lie in being benevolent and kind, but in letting nature take its course. It was like the growth of plants and trees, withering and flourishing with each passing year. As long as he didn't completely abandon his benevolent heart, the Qilin transformation would grow like a big tree. Killing intent and evil thoughts were just necessary to go through wind, frost, rain, and snow. It wasn't possible, and it didn't need to be. Chapter 1401. Wan Yaowu tilted her head slightly and looked at Li Qingshan strangely. She didn't know why her words would cause such a strong reaction from him. Her long-winded speech was actually not very popular. The other true disciples had their own Tao and did not listen to her. For a gambler like Lu Tian, it would be useless even if she spoke for 1,000 years. As for those disciples who had entered the inner chamber, although they did not dare to disobey, they were afraid of her identity and status. On the surface, they flattered her, but in their hearts, they did not think much of it. That was why she told Li Qingshan in the beginning, "There will be times when you will be upset." She didn't expect that it would have such a good effect. She couldn't help but feel a little proud and subconsciously stroke her hair. The nine-colored deer understood her the best and was extremely vigilant. "Not good. This brat is too good at stirring up trouble. Soft blockhead likes this kind of thing. Bastard, he was so resolute just now, but in the blink of an eye, he seems to have gained enlightenment. Why don't I think these words are useful? Yes, he must be pretending." Li Qingshan closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. His whole body relaxed. The speed at which he operated the Qilin's longevity strategy was much slower, but it was more natural and peaceful. It was like the flowers and trees after the rain, looking brand new. The obvious change made even the nine-colored deer raise his eyebrows. He thought, "This acting is too good." Looking at Wan Yaoju again, the smile on her face was even brighter, looking at him with eyes as warm as the spring breeze in March. Just like how men had the desire to save those who had lost their footing, women had the desire to tame ferocious beasts. The gentle young man could at most be a first-class spare tire, while the overbearing Xiao was the eternal male god. Li Qingshan, the wild and untamed beast, seemed to have unwittingly catered to her mood, and her affection for him increased by leaps and bounds. On the contrary, he didn't think much of it. He insisted on his own path and wasn't stubbornly going his own way. If it was Ruan Yaju's method, it would allow him to take care of more land, obtain more contribution points, and improve his cultivation. But he still insisted on doing things his own way. That wasn't persistence, it was stupidity. But because of the special characteristics of the Qilin transformation, naturally, it was impossible for him to be enlightened and immediately ascend. However, he believed that after wandering for a long time, he had already found the right path. He then opened his eyes and cupped his hands in obeisance. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Martial Sister. To me, these words are more valuable than a heavenly book." Wan Yaoju accepted it calmly. Her beautiful eyes narrowed into a smile. No matter how powerful you are, when it comes to planting trees and flowers, I'm still the one who knows better. Now you understand. Nine-colored deer thought, not good. Softwood actually said such immodest words. He must be very proud of himself. This kid really does cultivate the sky demon path. I should have asked you for guidance the first time we met. Li Qingshan sighed emotionally. That way, he could have saved 2 to 3 months of time. Perhaps he would have already transcended the fourth heavenly tribulation by now. Look, you're getting anxious again. You're afraid that I'll deal with you the first time we meet? Why would he ask me for guidance? And I don't know who you are. Why would I talk to you like this? Let nature take its course, and that's how I've come to this realization today. That makes sense. Li Qingshan nodded. Going with the flow of nature was indeed his biggest blind spot. This was because he had always relied on the stubbornness of the ox demon, the frenzy of the tiger demon, and the freedom of the ape demon to get to where he was today. He also had the noble heart of a phoenix that soared to the heavens and didn't fall to the mortal world. Although the spirit tortoise was quiet, it had a myriad of thoughts in a single thought, and it was inevitable that it would run out of tricks. Everything was for the sake of becoming stronger and faster. He wholeheartedly wanted to defy the heavens and change his fate. If not for Wan Yaoju's enlightenment, he might have needed a long time to comprehend it, and he had always helped her. He was indeed very grateful. Also, I'm indeed luckier than most people. But it wasn't all smooth sailing. I almost died during my first heavenly tribulation. Really? Li Qingshan was shocked. The first heavenly tribulation should have been the easiest. With her talent, there was actually a problem. At that time, I was just a servant. I didn't know anything, and I just wanted to go home. Haha, that's really interesting. Only now did Li Qingshan know that she had been forcibly kidnapped to the myriad phenomenon sect. She had left her home and parents, and suddenly turned from a princess to a servant. He really didn't know if it was fortunate or unfortunate. She had a gentle temperament and liked to meddle in other people's business, so she had suffered a lot. She was regarded as naive and ignorant by her companions, and they even repaid her kindness with enmity for small benefits. All of these made her heart full of pain. In order to go home, she had rushed to undergo the heavenly tribulation, but in the end, she failed and almost died. Every human emperor had their own legend. No one's journey was really smooth sailing. Luck could explain everything. Even at such a realm, there were still many trials and tribulations. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. It rustled down and covered the Bodhi tree. The cheerful laughter became clearer and warmer. The atmosphere under the tree was filled with a happy atmosphere. Master, we should go back. The nine-colored deer's coughs were ignored several times. Finally, it couldn't help but interrupt. The word master was a very serious reminder. Wan Yaoju finally came to her senses. She couldn't help but blush. She only said softly, "I'm leaving," and left in a hurry. Li Qingshan watched as her figure vanished into the snow. He felt rather unsatisfied, as well as rather melancholic. After standing for a while, he scratched his chest. He took out his wine gourd and drank a few mouthfuls. Then, he threw this thought to the back of his mind. He still had a lot of work to do. A radius of 50 kilometers was a very large area. He didn't know if his shadow clone could reach that far. He had to improve his heavenly book of freedom and fractal shadowization technique. He also had to think carefully about what he should do next. Let nature take its course definitely didn't mean not doing or thinking about anything. It was just following the laws of nature. Although more haste, less speed, it was even more impossible to do it if he stood still. The key was to be just right. If he managed this land well, he would have a very stable source of contribution points. As his cultivation increased, it might not be any less than cheating from Spirit Venerable Gui Hai. In a cave abode in a distant mountain, the nine-colored deer, who had taken on the appearance of a young girl, grabbed Wan Yaoju's delicate shoulder and shook it. "You must chase him out. You must chase him out. Do you hear me? He didn't do anything wrong." Wan Yaoju shook her head helplessly. I beg you, stop shaking me. That's why it's scary. You should really see your expression just now. Wan Yaoju felt a little embarrassed. I just can't accept it. He keeps saying that I'm too lucky. The nine-colored deer said, he's not the only one who thinks so. Who have you explained so much to? Believe me, this is your predestined fate. Li Qingshan would never have imagined that he would receive such an evaluation. However, if he really heard it, he probably wouldn't feel any desire. It wasn't like he had never done such a thing before. Not long ago, he transformed into a predestined fate and dragged Chuelong down from the throne. Chapter 1402. She leaped into the air and turned into a white deer, running out of the cave. I won't allow it. Wan Yaoju raised her hand. Vines danced in the air and blocked the entrance of the cave. Thousands of leaves and flowers bloomed. The nine-colored deer looked back. Do you know how many years it's been since you've been so angry? Softwood, where's your let nature take its course? Wan Yaoju's expression changed. Things didn't always go her way. She was already used to the greed and evil of people. Although she was still nagging and meddling, she no longer hoped to change anyone. She would rather retreat to the herb garden and let nature take its course. If Letian wanted to gamble, then let him gamble. If the White Deer country should be destroyed, then so be it. However, Li Qingshan could be changed. Although he was stubborn in his Tao, he wasn't stubborn. After going through so much hardship to get here, he still had a kind heart. Now that he could finally find some peace in the herb garden, how could he just abandon it? She didn't think it was love, but when she thought of his shocked and disappointed expression, she couldn't bear to do such a thing. This is my own business. Ruan Yaoju. How dare you say that? I'm so angry. Stop me if you can. I swear I won't rest until I chase that kid out of the herb garden. The nine-colored deer waved its beautiful antlers. Thousands of flowers withered, leaves fell, and vines cracked. All right, don't be angry. Wan Yaowu walked up and gently stroked her neck. I know you're doing this for my own good, she comforted. If I die, it's because my Tao heart isn't strong enough. I can't blame others. She spun around on the spot, her green dress fluttering in the wind. She smiled and said, Am I that fickle that you don't trust me? How about we make a bet? The nine-colored deer asked. There seem to be too many bets recently. You know I don't gamble, Wan Yaoju said helplessly. All right, what do you want to bet? Bet on whether that kid will leave the herb garden. The nine-colored deer said. Li Qingshan was in an extremely good mood right now. After comprehending the Qilin's path, he had broken through the bottleneck immediately. All he needed to do next was follow the prescribed order. At the same time, he prepared to manage the responsible field that spanned 50 kilometers. There was a familiar cough. The nine-colored deer stepped through the wind and snow, leisurely walking over. Hey, why are you here again? Where's senior sister Wan? The nine-colored deer said in a reserved manner. She is cultivating in the cave abode. I came here secretly because I have something to tell you. What is it? Li Qingshan looked her up and down. Could it be that she had fallen for him? He wondered what he would look like if he transformed into a human. The nine-colored deer was annoyed by his stare. I hope you can stay away from her. Li Qingshan thought to himself, what a familiar dialogue. He seemed to have heard it somewhere before. He smiled and said, Isn't it far enough now? I want you to leave the 100 herb garden. Why? Li Qingshan asked curiously. He was just chatting with Wan Yaoju, but this damned deer seemed to dislike him. Because you disturbed the order of the 100 herb garden. It's not a good influence. That's not very fair. It was clearly someone else who came to find trouble with me. Moreover, when I cross the fourth heavenly tribulation, I will naturally bestow a new order here. Li Qingshan's face was full of confidence. The nine-colored deer couldn't help but believe him, but he deliberately said disdainfully, a new order, what a big tone. Li Qingshan spread his arms. When I cross the fourth heavenly tribulation, I will have 10 times the number of clones and will have a clearer understanding of the way of nature. At that time, you can drive that brat Yushu out. The nine-colored deer was somewhat speechless. If someone else said this, it could be regarded as arrogance. But he seemed to really be able to do it. He said impatiently, "Let's put it this way, I don't want her to be too close to men." Li Qingshan was startled and took half a step back. "You have that kind of relationship? Could it be everyone has a lily in their heart?" Thinking of what Wan Yaoju said, when she was at her most difficult, it was thanks to the nine-colored deer's support. This didn't seem strange, but he felt that it was too much of a pity. As his voice fell, he felt a sharp pain in his foot. The deer's hooves were ruthlessly grinding on his foot. The nine-colored deer gritted his teeth and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" There was a burst of laughter in the 100 Grass Immortals cave. Wan Yaoju happily watched the nine-colored deer suffer a setback and felt a burst of warmth. Everything she did was for her. They had accompanied each other for 1,000 years, sharing weal and woe, going through life and death together. It was much closer than that kind of relationship. Li Qingshan looked at his feet and spread out his hands. "I'm the one who is baffled. I'm obviously doing well and helping senior sister Wan, so why do you suddenly want me to leave? Is this your idea or senior sister Wan's?" The nine-colored deer slowly withdrew its hooves. "All right, I'll be straightforward. Yao Ju doesn't know that this is my idea." Li Qingshan said angrily, "What exactly do you not like about me? I have a little Qilin bloodline and helped you win a lot of green jade lots. Even if you don't want to be friends with me, you don't have to be so hostile. To be honest, you're very good and I don't hate you. Just because you helped us win those green jade lots, I should give you some benefits. But Yao Zhu is at the critical moment of becoming a human immortal, and I don't want anyone or anything to disturb her and distract her. She's very gentle to everyone, and because you're very good, she's especially gentle to you. I don't think there's anything between you two, but even if there's only 1 in 10,000 danger, I'll try my best to avoid it. Do you understand? How about this? I won't let you suffer for nothing. If you're willing to leave, I'll give you 100 green jade lots as compensation." Li Qingshan was silent for a moment. He walked back and forth under the tree with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, he said, "You're right. I have to leave, but I won't take the bookmarks. You don't owe me anything, so you don't need to compensate me." Otherwise, this plot was too familiar. It was simply the rhythm of, "I'll give you 1 million to leave my daughter. You agree?" The nine-colored deer was surprised. It thought he would at least ask to see Wan Yaoju, but it didn't expect him to agree so readily. "I'll go and ask for senior sister Ruan's resignation." "No, it's better not to see her. I'll write a resignation letter, and you can take it to her for me," Li Qingshan said and began to look for a pen and paper. He didn't hesitate to leave. The nine-colored deer blinked its eyes in confusion. Things were going so smoothly that it felt unreal. Chapter 1403. Her bet with Wan Yaoju was a bet on whether or not she could persuade him to leave 100 Herb Garden. If she couldn't persuade him, it would prove that he had other thoughts like Shin Yushu, just that they were hidden very deeply. Moreover, he was much more dangerous than Shin Yushu. Even if it was just to be safe, she had to drive him out. In other words, if he was willing to leave, he could stay. If he wasn't willing to leave, he would be driven away. Wan Yaoju couldn't argue with her and could only agree. Otherwise, if she lost her temper, Li Qingshan would absolutely not be able to stay. Now that she heard him agree to leave so readily, her smile became even brighter. But it was a bit strange. She saw Li Qingshan hastily write his resignation letter and immediately start handing over work as if he was escaping. She also felt a bit disappointed and frustrated. Could it be that he really didn't have a trace of reluctance to leave? The nine-colored deer looked at the letter of resignation. It didn't have the slightest bit of resentment. Instead, it said that it suddenly had an important matter and had no choice but to leave 100 Herb Garden. It very sincerely asked for Wan Yaoju's forgiveness. There was simply no fault to be found. You don't need to be so anxious. She suddenly realized that she had done a stupid thing. If she wanted to drive Li Qingshan out, she had to persuade Li Qingshan to stay. She was so conflicted that she wanted to hit her head against a tree. "No, I'll leave immediately." Nine-colored deer was filled with unwillingness as she probed. "You don't want to see her again and say goodbye in person?" Maybe she will persuade you to stay. Li Qingshan sighed and waved his hand. No, absolutely not. I'm afraid we won't see each other again. Wang Yaoju's expression darkened and she felt wronged. Even if I really can't keep you in 100 Herb Garden, I have never let you down. Why do I have to say such resolute words? Nine-Colored Deer was happy and thought that his plan worked. As long as Wang Yaoju hated him, the bet was secondary. He pretended to sigh, as expected. You are very dissatisfied, but this is also human nature. You have just settled down and have such a good cultivation treasure land. Anyone would be dissatisfied if they were to be forced to leave. Shinyushu cultivated nature heavenly book and worked in 100 Herb Garden for hundreds of years, which was of great help to Wang Yaoju. But don't worry, I will also invite him out in the future. But he deliberately used Shinyushu to provoke Li Qingshan, thinking, hey, kid, you too have caused a ruckus. He can stay, but you want to leave. Let me ask you, are you convinced? If you're not convinced, then stay. It turns out that Shinyushu also cultivates the Nature Heavenly Book. No wonder his aura is somewhat similar to senior sister Ruan's. However, I think it's better to let him stay in the 100 Herb Garden. What? The Nine-Colored Deer simply doubted whether or not he had heard wrongly. Was this still the Li Qingshan who taught Shinyushu a lesson without saying a word? Li Qingshan smiled and said, don't worry. I'm not so narrow-minded and senior sister Ruan treats me even better. Instead, I have to thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for reminding me, otherwise it would have affected senior sister Ruan's cultivation. Then it would be too late for regrets. The Nine-Colored Deer was somewhat moved. Then why do you want Shinyushu to stay? Because you misjudged some probability. That guy Shinyushu isn't even 1 in 100 million danger to senior sister Ruan. The 100 Herb Garden still has to be managed properly, so it's better to keep him. And the danger I pose to her is more than 1 in 10,000. Li Qingshan flung his bangs and couldn't help but sigh. Even if I don't have any improper thoughts, too much charm is also a crime. A loud bang accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, the ground collapsed and cracked. Li Qingshan was surprised. Why did you step on me again? I don't know, I couldn't help it. The Nine-Colored Deer squeezed out these words from between his teeth. He had never seen such a shameless person. Where did this stupid self-confidence come from? In the 100 Herb Cave, Wang Yaoju was shaking with laughter. What was going on? Li Qingshan waved his hand. Take off your hoof. I'm leaving. You don't have to leave. The Nine-Colored Deer said through gritted teeth. Facing such a lunatic, it was impossible for her to win this bet. I have to go, Li Qingshan said resolutely, forcibly pulling his foot back. He had always been a person who would repay a favor of a meal and take revenge for a grudge. Wang Yaoju's kindness to him was more than just a meal. Although she had always been dissolute, he was indebted to others. He absolutely could not harm the cultivation of others. This was where his principle lay. Go, go, go. Please leave quickly. The Nine-Colored Deer turned his head, feeling that he was about to be driven crazy by him. Okay, Jiao Air, you lost. Don't be angry anymore. Wang Yaoju appeared under the tree and explained the whole story, saying apologetically, I'm sorry, I made a bet with you again. Joer was too worried about me and was too careful. This was the only way to prove to her that you are not that kind of person. No, she is right. This is my problem. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. Senior sister Wan, I'll remember your kindness. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. I'll definitely return the favor in the future. Wang Yaoju smiled bitterly. Please stay. Your senior sister, will never have any improper thoughts about you. Really? Really? Wang Yaoju was both angry and amused. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief. Then I can rest assured. He was still a little worried. If you need me to leave one day, just say the word. I won't say that. I hope you won't say things like, we won't meet again. It makes me feel sad. Wang Yaoju said sincerely. Although his blind confidence made things very strange, his intentions were definitely not fake. He would rather give up a cultivation treasure like the 100 Herb Garden and ignore the bet with Lutian than threaten her in the slightest. I don't feel good in my heart either. Forget it. Even if I stay in the 100 Herb Garden, Try not to see me as much as possible. I come whenever I want. Is this my territory or your territory? Wan Yaoju pouted, understanding Jiao Er's feelings. These words were too infuriating. It was as if she couldn't help but give herself to him just because she came to see him a few times. I'm doing this for your own good. Actually, I have a lot of women. If you say that again, I'm really going to get angry. Wan Yao interrupted him and narrowed her eyes. She still had a bit of self-respect. Since she was young, she had never been treated like this. The betrayal of her companions in the past was mostly due to jealousy. Even among the true disciples, there were many who were willing to become Tao companions with her. Brat, you're too full of yourself. All right. I'm going to start cultivating. Li Qingshan asked her to leave. He looked at her as if she was a little girl who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He almost touched her head and said, "Hurry up and go home." Li Qingshan. Wan Yaoju felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. She wanted to leave, but if she just left like that, it would be too unnatural. She glanced at Jiao Er with a reproachful expression. Heavens, I finally understand what it means to be unable to escape a calamity. You two lunatics, you'd better behave yourselves. The nine-colored deer couldn't stand it anymore and let out a sigh. Not only did it not achieve its goal, but it also pushed them from behind. Filled with grief and indignation, it rushed away against the wind and snow. To be continued. Chapter 1404. Heavy snow fell one after another. The Bodhi tree was covered in frost, but the golden leaves didn't wither. They shone with golden light through the frost and snow. The iron gourd hung upside down and shook a few more times before helplessly dropping the last drop of wine. Li Qingshan smacked his lips. It seems like the new year is coming. There was a saying, there is no 60-year cycle in the mountains. One does not know the year after the end of the winter. Cultivators' time was often counted in thousands of years, so the one-year plan of mortals didn't seem to have much meaning. However, since he was once a mortal, he couldn't be completely unmoved. Not to mention that he was all alone, eating the wind and drinking the snow, drifting for tens of thousands of miles. Time flew by, and it was deep cold. Everything stopped growing, and there was much less work. Everyone gathered in the small town to celebrate. Because of this 100-herb garden, they felt the seasons more clearly than normal cultivators. Cheerful laughter floated over the distant mountains, and along with the cold wind came the aroma of all kinds of food. Li Qingshan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Of course, no one came to invite him. Other than Shen Yushu, he didn't even talk to them, so he was happy to be alone. However, after being probed by the nine-colored deer, Wan Yaozhu didn't come again. It seemed like she had wisely accepted his suggestion. Although he didn't regret it, he couldn't help but feel some regret. It had to be said that he really liked her. If he didn't have the ambition of the 9 heavens, staying with her in this 100-herb garden seemed like a good choice. However, why did it have to be her? He didn't care about anything and had already let down too many beauties. He shook his head and cast his consciousness towards the 5 regions world. Although it was winter in the mortal realm, here was the golden autumn harvest season. On the fertile plains, a majestic city stood. Its layout was actually somewhat similar to Wanxiang City, especially the tall buildings in the city, which were almost the same as the sky, just that the scale was many times smaller. This was the Cloud Void City that Li Qingshan personally built with the mighty power of the world for his grand plan. That's right, this name came from the original Cloud Void Society, and Lu Chuanfeng was the current Cloud Void City Lord. In the past, the 100 schools all had their own holy lands. For example, the Buddhist Lingua Temple, the Medicine School's Imperial Hospital, and the Confucian School's Imperial College. Only the School of Novels did not. Now that Li Qingshan, a disciple of the School of Novels, had carried it forward, it finally had it. The various holy lands were different. This place did not belong to cultivators alone. Most of the people in the city were mortals without any power. Because the location Li Qingshan had chosen was too good, it suddenly became one of the most important transportation hubs in the continent, with countless Jianghu travelers and merchants coming and going. There were also countless down-and-out people who put their life experiences and thoughts into words to fight for a future. The first year, under Qian Lingji's guidance, the Lord of Cloud Void City, Lu Chuanfeng, acted as if he was buying a horse's bones with 1,000 pieces of gold. Gold and silver were not stingy at all. Regardless of the quality of the novels they collected, all they wanted was to attract more people. Later on, they began to pay attention to quality, and the threshold was also extremely low. Facts had proven that as long as there were enough benefits, humans could always burst forth with unimaginably powerful motivation. In just a few years, the pseudo-heaven had accumulated more than 10,000 volumes of novels. After careful selection, there were still nearly 100 scrolls left. Li Qingshan swept his eyes over them and recorded them all into a jade scroll. He stood up and said with a smile, "It's time to buy some wine to drink. The long road is long. Don't sigh at the lonely journey. There will be a day when the world knows you." In the small town surrounded by mountains, the voices of people were clamorous, toasts were exchanged, and it was very lively. The banquet was in full swing, and Shin Yushu sat high up. He was fawned over by everyone, but his face was shrouded in a layer of haze, without the slightest bit of joy. Wan Yaoju did not accept his invitation, and that damned Li Qingshan continued to expand his territory. In a short 2 to 3 months, he had reached a circumference of 100 li. What was even worse was that he also took care of the thousands of strange flowers and plants within a circumference of 100 li in an orderly manner, not only proving himself, but also proving Wan Yaoju's accurate vision. Wan Yaoju's favor towards that Li Qingshan was simply unusual, and the meaning behind it made him tremble with fear. Wan Yaoju was clearly already very dissatisfied with him. If there was a day when Li Qingshan crossed 4 heavenly tribulations, had stronger power, and had more doppelgangers, then he would immediately be kicked out, just like those losers that he had driven out. Those losers at least had other choices, and for him, there was no place more suitable for cultivation than the 100 Herb Garden. Crossing 5 heavenly tribulations, the dream of becoming a successor disciple would be extended indefinitely, and becoming Dao companions with Wan Yaoju was even more of an idiot's ravings. He couldn't help but feel somewhat regretful. Perhaps he should not have shown it so directly, and should have waited until he became a successor disciple before slowly plotting. But if it wasn't for obtaining her help, why would he have racked his brains and risked offending her to press forward step by step? He was too confident, thinking that no one could replace his position with a volume of the natural heavenly tomes, otherwise he would not have dared to take an inch and take a mile. He did not expect that a person who cultivated another heavenly tomes could also replace his position. Damn it! A trace of harshness flashed through his eyes, and the wine cup in his hand cracked. The crisis was constantly approaching, but he could only sit here, without the slightest bit of a solution. This was the 100 Herb Garden, and everything was under her control, so he couldn't use any tricks. She seemed to be looking down at him from a high position. It was her usual gentleness and dullness that gave him an illusion that the distance between them was very close. At this time, he suddenly realized that there was a huge gap between a chamber disciple and a successor disciple. If he was expelled from the 100 Herb Garden, not only would it greatly affect his cultivation, but he would also be questioned and even suppressed. Because her prestige in the myriad appearance sect was too high, making her an enemy was equivalent to carving the word bad on his face. Just when he didn't dare to continue thinking about it, a cultivator quietly came behind Shin Yushu and sent him a telepathic message. "Senior Brother Shin, that kid has left the 100 Herb Garden." "Good, very good." Shin Yushu raised his head and drank it all in one gulp, then threw down the wine cup and flew away. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. In the 100 Herb Cave, Wan Yaoju slightly frowned. "This Shin Yushu is too much." The 9-colored deer transformed into a human form and laid horizontally in the basket, its delicate legs swinging back and forth. It lazily said, He is afraid of being expelled from the 100 Herb Garden, so he wants to stake it all on one throw. Wan Yaoju sighed. He has been in the 100 Herb Garden for so many years. Even if he doesn't have any merits, he has still worked hard. As long as he restrains himself and works seriously, how could I be so heartless? Hehe, although you both cultivate the natural heavenly book, the direction is very different. What you see is the growth of all living things. The heavens have the virtue of caring for all living things, using benevolence to shepherd all living things. This is the disposition of a king. He spent untold hardships to climb to this step. What he sees is the struggle of all living things, so he does his utmost to exclude those who are a threat to him. He still wants to get more sunlight and rain from you. This is the disposition of the common people. But cultivation methods are dead in the end, and people are alive. We have long surpassed the so-called king and people of the common people of the common people. Junior Brotherly is also not from the royal family, but he has great ambitions, determination, and decisiveness, surpassing me. That kid is a freak, I beg you. Don't praise him anymore. From Shin Yushu's point of view, of course you would expel him from the 100 Herb Garden. No matter how benevolent a king is, the common people are still skeptical. Besides, who would tolerate someone who wants to harm their own cultivation staying by their side? You have always been too easy to talk to. You should have ruthlessly beaten him long ago. But this is also good. At least he will not be a hindrance to you. Much safer than that kid. No, I have to stop him. He still hasn't done anything. Could it be that you have finally learned to use your identity as a direct disciple to suppress people? The 9-colored deer teased. At least I have to remind Junior Brotherly. You want to see him. Nonsense. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.